Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. How are you guys doing today? I don't know if you guys are still in ads. I wanted to try something new and set them to like 3-minute ads for every hour. And I tried to schedule some uh on the hour, well, in the beginning during the intro, so that we don't have any pre-roll ads for an hour. I don't know if it worked out though. I guess we'll figure it out whenever the next 3-minute ads hit. And you guys should have some music. Let's set that up actually. I will also be doing something new with my stars. I used to make our YouTube lurker stars based on the number of views that we got on there at the end of my stream summary. But recently we've been getting a lot more views and I don't think they're all unique viewers. So I think moving forward for our YouTube lurkers, we're just going to do the ones that chat. So no more YouTube lurkers, just YouTube chatters. Because I don't want to run out of paper strips, and we got like 93 views yesterday, and I just feel like we didn't have 93 viewers, you know? That would also be a lot of stars. So we'll just do that moving forward. Hello, Aqua. How you doing? What door are you slamming open? So yeah, I think moving forward, we're just gonna have the... I'm having a brain fart. We're just going to do the YouTube viewers. It wasn't mine? No. Bro, I don't know whose door you opened, but it wasn't mine. Whose house did I break into? Bestie. Bestie. No. Okay, so let's see. Last time we had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Hello, Rin. We had 15 chatters. And we're only going to count our unique viewers. You're on the run now. It was the police station. Aqua, no! Aqua, no! I honestly don't remember if I did my intro. Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night. How are you guys doing today? I was like, I'm gonna start stream on time today, for once, in a long time, and then I didn't. Oh man. I'm not the best with time management. I was trying to set up a couple other things because I do think that like thing where when you shout someone out and it like plays a little clip from their channel, I think that's pretty cool. But I haven't been able to figure out how to do that. I keep watching videos and it keeps not working. So I don't know. And then let's see, we had 15. Well, no, how many of these were from YouTube? Let me double check that. I gotta do some math real quick. Probably should have done this earlier. Okay, we had 8 lurkers and 15 chatters. 12 of whom were regular chatters, and 3 of whom were VIPs. before I go too forward, there is just one other thing I wanted to change. Let me update our chat real quick. But yeah, today I haven't really been up to much. I just had like a meeting I had to go to in the morning, but it was like changed to Zoom, so I was able to like be home and clean in between that. Usually like with my family we'll go eat afterwards, meet up. So that's why I don't always start streams super early on weekends. I say super early as if like 12 my time is early. I don't know, I am much more of a night owl. I am trying to fix my sleep schedule, but that's also something I've been trying to do for the last 20 years of my life. What do you guys do, like, when you can't sleep? Sometimes, when I'm, like, tired but my mind is racing, something I'll do is I'll listen to this podcast called Nothing Much Happens. And it's just, like, stories where it's just very chill and there's not much going on. It's in the title, you know? And it's just very relaxing because then I'm like, okay, I don't have to be too focused on this story, so I can just fall asleep. Other times I will listen to like true crime podcast or like cave diving videos to fall asleep to. Just because there's like a lot of details, and a lot of the people that do like voiceovers for them have like pretty monotone voices as well. So it's just like easy to fall asleep to their voices, not to the stories. The stories are pretty gruesome. I don't know if this has ever happened to y'all, but like sometimes the sounds around me will affect my dream if there's like a lot of sound around me while I'm sleeping. I'll never forget this one time when I was asleep. I had like taken a nap or something, and I started dreaming that I was like being chased by somebody that wanted to give me rabies, and it was so scary. And I was like dreaming that I had all the rabies symptoms because they were describing the rabies symptoms. And then I woke up and it was because my sister was watching Criminal Minds and the unsub was literally infecting people with rabies. And I was like, oh my god, like the show affected my dream. Girl, if I want monotone voices to sleep to, I go to uni lessons. Honestly, that's very fair. Like, sometimes I'll be in class and I'm just like, man, like, I could really go to sleep right now. It would be nice. Like, sometimes I just want to, like, record the lesson, not even to, like, listen to it for studying purposes, but just to, like, fall asleep too. I feel like I also have a monotone voice. I feel like if I were to speak a little slower, I would definitely be putting people to sleep during stream. My class while listening to Bella. Rin, no! Your classes! Let's do your classes! No! Also, I don't think I set up the ads correctly. I might have to like manually set them. My plan for today is we'll crochet, like we'll do this crochet until we reach like the 1 hour mark, and then we'll take a 3-minute break so that I can do my little stretches and we can play the ads during that, so that those of y'all that aren't subbed aren't missing out on much, because I don't want y'all to sub, not right now. I'm gonna be like out of the country for most of next month, so if you sub now, it would be for nothing. You won't get any benefits. you won't get any ads, but that's because I'm not gonna be streaming. I'm excited though for my trip. What else? Oh, speaking of Criminal Minds, apparently another major character died recently, and Matthew Gray Gubler, the guy that plays Dr. Spencer Reed, he came back to the show for like that episode. I didn't even know he left. Like, I have not been keeping up with Criminal Minds. It used to be like one of my favorite shows just because it was my sister's favorite show, and like we shared a room, and she's the type of person that like needs sound in order to fall asleep. I can't fall asleep really if there's sound unless it's like somebody talking or like dubstep. But besides that, I need complete silence if I want to fall asleep. And she would always play Criminal Minds before we would go to sleep, and she'd fall asleep to it in the middle of the episode, and each episode is like almost an hour long, right? Like 40 to 50 minutes, right? So she'd fall asleep mid-episode, sometimes like 5 minutes in, right? No care in the world. But then I'd be watching, and I was like, I need to know who did it. And sometimes it'd be like two-parter shows because we'd be nearing the season finale, and I'd stay up watching like another 2-3 episodes, and next thing I know, it's like 3 in the morning, and I'm still awake watching the show, and she's like knocked out cold. And anyways, that ended up like starting my own obsession with Criminal Minds. But she would watch it without me, so then I started watching it from like the beginning, from the very beginning, all the episodes. And she would still play it on whatever episode she was on. So I got a lot of spoilers. It's fine. I still liked it. I feel like for the most part, Criminal Minds works in a pretty non-chronological order, though sometimes they do have really long overarching things for like some seasons. So not knowing the context for that, I was like, I don't know what's going on. Like, who are these people? Where'd they come from? But Dr. Reed was my favorite. I loved him. I was like so obsessed with him because I was like, whoa, he's so smart. That's so cool. And yeah, I went through a phase where I was just obsessed with like fictional doctors. There was I really liked Doctor Who as well. And what other show? Oh, there was this webcomic called Dr. Frost on Webtoon, and he was like a psychologist who was traumatized, and he had white hair, and I thought he was also really cool. But yeah, I went through a small phase where I was like, whoa, my top 3 favorite characters right now are all doctors. Intelligence is a very cool feature to me. I was gonna say attractive, but like thinking back on it, I don't think I was like really attracted to any of them. I remember I went through this like phase in high school where I thought I might be bi, because I was just like, oh, I feel the same thing towards girls as I do with boys. And I was like, that's interesting. And then I realized that the feeling I felt was nothing towards both genders, and I was ace. But yeah, I was a little confused for a second there. That feeling, or rather lack thereof, was interesting. I'm like glad that people are more open, I guess, about like labels and stuff like that, because I wonder like how many people in the past have just been like, oh yeah, this is just normal and everybody thinks this way, and then you find out that no, not everybody thinks this way, and there is a community out there for you that you just didn't know about. I am Ace. I feel like I've talked about this a lot before, but I am ace. One thing I definitely know I've posted about multiple times is my ace blanket that I was making for myself. I started it a couple of years ago, and it was supposed to be like as big as a queen size blanket, if not bigger. I think it was gonna be like 8 feet long. But I ran out of yarn, and it was around the time where I had just gotten in my car accident, so I couldn't go to the store to buy some more yarn. And by the time like I was able to like move around and stuff by myself, I was never incapacitated. By move around, I mean like drive myself to stores. By the time I was able to do that, I couldn't find the lot number for the color I had been working on, and with like crochet and knitting stuff, it is pretty important to buy stuff from the same lot die, because there are like small differences in colors. So I didn't want to use like a slightly different purple, so I just never finished it. It's been sitting in like this bag for years now, unfinished. I don't think I'm ever gonna finish it unless I like completely undo it. Your arrow ace, nice. I want to say I'm not I'm not aromantic, because I am definitely, I feel like I am a bit of a hopeless romantic. I do like the idea of being in a relationship, and I feel like I do fall in love with things very quickly. Like characters and people. I love all the people in my life, just in different ways, I'd say. But I don't think I've like ever experienced romantic love so far. But I've also just been like, I've been busy, man. I got stuff going on. I'm sorry, Aqua, the man was not directed at you. It was just in general. I've been busy. Here are our lurkers. Wait, no, I have to. I do also really like this pink skyline that's on the other side. Hopefully we'll be able to use it. You hate people. Not everyone. I feel like I definitely went through a phase where I was just like, I hate everyone equally. I don't care who you are, I hate you. I was just like riddled with social anxiety, and I was like, maybe if I pretend to hate them first, then it won't bother me when they hate me. I won't be hurt if they don't like me. And Mewtwo. Our VIPs, we had Tony, Unusual, and Mewtwo. And then this is gonna take me a while. Wait. I love Batcat, she's so nice. I feel like Batcat introduced me to a lot of really nice people as well. Abby. Oh, this is a long name. Hold on. I'm gonna look at the screen to make sure I spell it right. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce this name. I think it's Suhani-san. Suhani? had Rin join us last time. Rin, I hope your class is going well if you're still in here. Why, guy? I think the first time I mentioned I was ace was like when I first started working on the rainbow cardigan last June. Partially for Pride Month and partially just because I wanted to. Mike joined us. And I was like, I'm gonna work on it every single weekend until I finish it. And then I didn't. Jamal. Shami. Khalid. Rado. Aqua, you joined us last time too. Eternal. And Fairy God. Fairy God. JJ. Okay. I feel like I need to focus when I write the names down, otherwise I might spell them wrong. Oh wait, no, I did spell them in the right spot. Okay. For a second I thought I wrote it on here. And I was like, no, because we're trying to show the blue. Well, I guess it wouldn't have mattered, really. But yeah. Maybe I should write it on the blue. Just flip it over so I can space it out right. I forget some of my own rules, but I do try to keep track of them. Just stay consistent at the very least. Do you guys have like any rules that you give to yourself in like daily life? I was speaking to my therapist, like that was something I spoke to my therapist a lot about in the beginning, because I had a lot of rules for myself when I was younger, and it was something to like the point of like the rules were starting to take over my life, and it was causing me a lot of really unnecessary stress and anxiety because I was like so focused on following my own rules that nobody really cared about. And it was just affecting me at the end of the day. I'm trying to remember some of them. I guess some of them were like, oh, I can't be the first one to like start a conversation. I have to wait for them. Otherwise, I'll be like intruding, or well, I guess a lot of my own personal rules don't really affect me socially. It was more so like other stuff. Like, I hate getting caught in the rain. I don't like the feeling of that, so I always carry 2 umbrellas. I have a little pocket umbrella that I keep in my bag, and a bigger umbrella that I keep in my car, so that if it starts raining while I'm inside a store or at work, I can get to my car with my mini umbrella, and then like once I like get home, or if I need to be outside for a longer period of time, I can use my bigger umbrella, right? Another thing I've like done is like I tend to carry a first aid kit and a little pill case with like ibuprofen, Tylenol, stuff like that, so that I can have it in case somebody else needs it. What else? I try to carry a portable charger with me at all times, even though I keep my phone like fully charged for the most part, just in case somebody else needs it, or because you never know like if you're gonna be home outside longer, you know? I don't have a pocket defibrillator, but I do have a pocket like what's it called? It's to like separate your face if you're doing CPR. It's like a little hi Eternal, welcome in. Because I am certified to do CPR, at my job we all have to be certified, and they gave us a little pocket mouth breather thing. So I carry that on my keychain. Hello Eternal, how you doing? We're making our stars, and then we'll start not crocheting, we're gonna start knitting. It's definitely been a while since I've done some knitting on stream. I felt like this was gonna be one of my, I guess, brand things. Mitsuki says hi. Oh, tell her I say hi, Mitsuki. Last time you did CPR, I broke the ribs of the dummy? How? Was it like an old dummy? Oh my goodness. I feel like, even though I'm certified for CPR, I feel like I should be one of the last people to be performing it, because I get so winded whenever I do it. Because when we did it, I felt like I was gonna be the one passing out. Because it's hard. It's hard to press down that, like, the 2 inches. Takes a lot of effort. Like, you think it wouldn't, but it does. I quote, hi Bella! Mitsuki's so cute, I love her. It is realistic, like, but one thing they always say is it's better to have, like, somebody with broken ribs than to have them die, you know? Because at least they can recover from the broken ribs, but they can't recover if they are no longer breathing. I am trying to flirt with your wife. I'm trying to steal your girl. Happy Pride Month! The guy there told us that too. Yeah. I think every CPR lesson I've gone to, that's what they like tell us. Important to keep in mind. What else? Oh my god. This story is completely unrelated, but it happened the other day, and there's a lot of background information that goes with it. So I was talking to a friend recently, right? He just got back from a trip out of the country, and we were talking about that, and he was asking me about school, and I told him that right now I'm only taking 2 classes, which I am. A small part of me kind of wants to drop one of them, but so far I'm doing okay in both classes. But then I was like, if I get like a C or something in one of the classes, I might just drop it so that it doesn't affect my GPA. Because in my school we can drop pretty much until the last week. Certified wrestler? No, I have no wrist. Anyways, we can drop our classes until basically the last week of the semester, right? And he was like, oh, is your GPA doing that bad? And I was like, I mean, for the most part, it's not. Like, I've gotten A's and B's in most of my classes, but I did fail one class last semester. And he told me, he was like, he was like, how did that even happen? Like, did you not know that you would fail the class? Or you just like didn't try in the beginning, or what was it? And it was because we only had like 3 assignments to do in the class, and our final assignment was worth almost 40 points. It was an essay, a research essay, and I chose a topic that I probably shouldn't have chosen. It was about end-of-life care, and I chose it because at the time we were choosing the topics, that was the only thing of my life, on my mind, because my family member had gone through that around that time. So he was like, I didn't mention that part. I was just like, I didn't turn in the assignment and I failed the class. And we started talking about other stuff, and then he made a joke about me being bad at math. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, I am great at basic math. Like, put me in a class with 5th graders, like gifted 5th graders. I'll destroy them. I am so good at basic math. I took a algebra class in like college recently, and I did amazing. Like, I got the highest scores on every single test. And he was like, well, you say you're good at math, but you couldn't calculate the fact that if you didn't turn in that final essay, you would fail it. And I knew I was going to fail the class if I didn't turn in the essay, and I still didn't turn it in. And I told him that, and he was like, well, why didn't you turn it in? And I was like, bro, I was grieving. And this is a close friend of mine. Like, I told him a lot about the stuff that was happening in my life around that time. So he kind of knew, but I guess he forgot in that moment. And he was like, oh yeah? What were you grieving? And I was just like, my grandma? Like, she had just passed away in like that time span. And it was a really rough month, or a couple rough months for me, because she had been sick for months leading into that. My dog got sick around that time, so like literally a month before that, I had to put him down. And he felt so bad after I said that he sent me $20 to spend in my favorite game. So I just thought like it was a little funny how he had kind of forgotten and immediately backtracked. I thought he was messing with me at first, but it was not a bit. He like really did genuinely forget that for a moment. And I thought he was also joking when he said he would send me money for the game after we like spoke about it, but he did pull through, and he sent me money so that I could spend on like little outfits in my Cats and Soup game. Yeah. Fun stuff. I was just like, is this a joke, man? It was not a joke though. He genuinely forgot. Oh my god. It is what it is, man. But yeah, I was just like, I did ask him permission. I was like, is it okay if I tell that story on stream? And he was like, yeah. He was like, overall, it is pretty funny. I know sometimes he like drops by. He never chats, but he has told me that he's dropped by. Like even when he was out of the country, he was like, oh yeah, I saw a bit of this stream that you did. And I was like, what? Like, I didn't even know you were there, bro. Man. I wonder if my other dog wants to hang out with me. I'll check on her in a bit after we finish making the stars. Her brother, the one I put down, he was very affectionate, very snuggly. Anytime I worked from home, he would like scratch at my door, and then he'd hang out with me for like an hour, and he'd just like sleep on my lap for the entire time until she started barking, and then he'd go just to bark at her, and he'd come back and take another nap. He was so lazy. I loved him. But she likes to play more. She likes having plushies. She has only 2 plushies right now. She lost the one I recently gave her. And I kind of want to get her like a fake Labubu because she really liked my Labubu. But I don't want to give her mine. Maybe I'll buy her a fake one. She's also had this like little squeaky ball since she was a puppy, and it's her most prized possession. Like, say I were to take away all of her toys, like her plushies and her ball, and I were to present them all to her, she'd go straight for the ball. She loves it. Four, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah. For a second, I thought I counted wrong, but no, I did. I counted right. I know how to count. Oh my god, speaking of counting, I lost my counter row for our knitted project. So I'll have to like stop every now and then just to make sure I don't make too many rows. I did work on it a little bit off stream because I had to undo my checkered double-sided sweater, and while I was like undoing that, I really wanted to knit something, so I knit a little bit of the rainbow cardigan. I hope you guys can forgive me on that. Are there any other things you guys would like for stream? I'm trying to like start using StreamerBot a little bit more. One command I did forget to make was like a command for all of my socials. So right now, I think we only have Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, and YouTube, but the commands for those are all separate. So maybe I'll make one for like all of my socials, even though I don't really use TikTok or Instagram that much, just in case somebody wants to follow me on there, I guess. Or more so that everybody knows if somebody is pretending to be me on any other social media. I do have official accounts for most things. Well, we'll change the playlist when I start knitting. I wanted to do that earlier, but I completely forgot. Oh yeah. I wanted to do something else. What was I gonna do? I remember. Wait, I remembered. I made a little list of stuff to talk about. I feel like I am the type of person to take things very seriously for the most part. There are a lot of moments where I genuinely can't tell if people are joking or not. So sometimes I do need people to clarify if it's a joke or not. For the most part, like, I've learned to pick up on context clues and tell if people are joking with me. But sometimes it still happens where I'm like, oh, this person is like so nice, blah blah, and then I find out that they were being like really sarcastic. Like, I was watching, I was looking at YouTube shorts the other day, right? And I got this video and this guy was like, oh my god, I love seeing couples together and they're like all happy and stuff. And I was like, yeah, it is pretty nice. Like, some couples are really cute and it is nice to see them all happy and stuff. And I was like agreeing with him and just being like, yeah, that is really cute, right? But as the video went on, he started like sounding a little more bitter, and I realized, oh, he was being sarcastic. He hates it because he's lonely. And I felt like a fool. I was like, here I was agreeing with this guy and he did not mean it. So like, I guess I get why people sometimes think I am like very naive. I want to say I'm not too naive. I'm just a little stupid sometimes. A little silly sometimes. Like, obviously there's gonna be some things that people don't know, you know? Like, people learn things every day. The other day, I was talking to my therapist, and at one point, I forgot how we got to this point, but I started explaining the concept of truck-kun to him, and I was like, surely I'm not the only client that has mentioned this to him, right? But turns out I was. He had never heard of truck-kun ever in his life before, and he was kind of baffled by it, and he was like, wait, use it like as an example. So I started using like, oh, you know, sometimes people will be like, oh, I wish truck-kun would like come meet me or something, and he was like, wow. He was like, yeah, I've never heard of that before. And I feel like he's not even that much older than me. He just doesn't watch anime. That fandom, that niche is not for him. And I get it, it's not for everybody. Like, my sister doesn't really watch anime, but she'll go to anime conventions with me. And then again, I do go to conventions that are like pretty family friendly overall, where there's more than just anime. Like, they'll have superhero stuff, or like Western? We're in the West. American shows, American cartoons, Disney stuff. So it's a lot easier for them to find, like my parents and my sister, for them to find like stuff that they do know at the conventions I go to, and they're not just bombarded by anime or anime culture. My dad really likes going to the conventions I go to with me. He loves taking pictures, and like he just loves taking pictures in general, so whenever we go, he'll like take pictures with a lot of cosplayers, and he just has a lot of fun, and it's really cute. And because of him, I feel like it's easier, it's made it easier for me to kind of be less shy when it comes to requesting pictures with other cosplayers. Anyways, here are our Twitch lurkers, our Twitch chatters, and YouTube chatters, and our VIPs. There we go. So yeah, I did work on this a bit off stream. So now we have 3 colors. Well, technically 4 if we count the ribbing. We have a purple, a blue, a green. I forgot I was using the knitting needles on something else. Let me take those off real quick. I do really like these knitting needles because they're the Takumi Clover interchangeable knitting needles, and you can put them onto like different size cables. So I'm working on 2 projects where I'm like using these type of cables, and I can just switch the needles in and out whenever I'm not using them. Just gotta screw them back on. Should we listen to some Stardew soundtracks? Let me cue up some music real quick. So how far are we into stream? We've spent almost an hour just making stars. Oh no. Okay, we'll knit for like 2 hours, and then we'll read chapter 6 of Little Women. What was I looking for? Okay, we'll turn this on, turn that off, and is the music at an okay volume for y'all? There we go. That's not too bad, right? Oh wait, I do have it! Oh, it was just on the other side so I couldn't see it. Let's go. This is 17. Then we'll just do 30 rows, right? It's been a minute since I've worked on this. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yes, 30 rows. This is like one of my favorite playlists, I'm not gonna lie. It's the Studio Ghibli String Quartet. I listen to it often. I love it so much. So I don't think we're gonna use the 3D model while we knit. I was able to get it at a decent height, but I had to keep it on my water bottle, and I kind of want to drink my water, you know? Okay. So then we're gonna purl entire row. Just make sure I'm not twisting. Yeah, we're good. What other stuff? Let me pull up my list of topics to talk about. Oh my god. The other day I was at work, right? And usually I do stay later than the rest of my coworkers. I'll stay until like 6 p.m. or 7 some days. So I'm usually there when the cleaners get there, and sometimes they leave before me, sometimes I leave before them. But the other day, I was there late. I said hi to them. I like thanked them for their work, right? And they were like, "Okay, cool, you're here. We'll see you, right?" I was like, "Yeah, cool." They clean, right? And I'm still working. And then they start getting ready to leave. And they went through all the rooms and they turned off all the lights. And I didn't notice that until they got to the room I was in and turned off the light of the room I was in. But I was kind of embarrassed, so I didn't want to like get up and just like turn on the lights. So I just turned on the light in like my little cubicle, and I just kept working because I was only gonna be there for like 5 more minutes after that. I was like, there's no point in me just getting up for this. I am lazy. Yes. So that happened, right? And the next day, or a few days later, I stayed at work late again. And oh wait, no, I didn't turn on the light. I like did my work, got ready to leave. As I was leaving, I saw that they were still there. I said bye to them. I like left, whatever. A couple days later, I was at work late again, and the cleaner, she came up to me, and she doesn't really speak English, but she tried her best, and she was like, "Sorry, last time the lights," she was like, I didn't know, and I was just like, "Girl, you're fine, it's fine." I was like, I have a little light here, and I like try to show it to her, but she was like, "I thought everyone gone," and I was like, "It's fine." And I was like, "Don't worry about it," like, I was like, "I'm not gonna get upset over this, you know? We were both there, like, socially anxious, trying not to bother one another," but I thought it was like kind of cute. I just I need to find out what language she speaks so that I can tell her that it was like okay. Her poor soul. She's really nice though. Like even though she doesn't really speak much English, we'll try to have like kind of small languages, like small conversation is small conversations just about like the weather, or if there's like a lot of work. But she'll ask me that a lot. She'll be like, "Oh, busy work, busy day?" And sometimes I'm like, "Yeah," or sometimes I'm like, "No, I just got here late." Oop, I split the yarn. There we go. I think we'll just finish this row and I'll run some ads. 3 minutes of ads, right? And take a little break. Because I didn't stretch before doing this, and I probably should stretch my wrist. The last time I did this, I made my stitches so tight. Why did I do that? It is a little easier to do without gloves, I will admit. I want to get more yarn, but I already have so much yarn. But I've been working with a lot of cotton yarn. This isn't cotton, this is acrylic. But the cotton yarn I bought feels a little rough. Like, it's good for coasters and for like dish rag, but I feel like it isn't very comfortable to have against your skin. And I want to make a scarf for a friend, but I'm in between using mohair or using cotton or wool. I'm in between those three. But I feel like he is the type that's like sensitive to like the textures of fabric, so we agreed to go yarn shopping someday so that he can pick out the colors and stuff for the thing I want to make him. I haven't told him what it is yet, because I kind of want it to be a surprise, but I'll show you guys. Let me just finish this row. It's another double-sided project. I think I just really like double-sided knitted work because it does feel a little thicker and I just think it looks cool. For crochet, I do prefer doing gingham patterns. I just love gingham. It's such a great pattern. One of my favorite scents from Bath and Body Works was the Gingham Love line that they had, and it was so good, but it was like a limited edition scent. They don't sell it anymore, but it was so good. Top tier smells, top tier scents. French vanilla is a classic, but sometimes it's a little too sweet, you know? No! I dropped it. Please, please, please. Okay. Okay. Let me look up the picture. That's good. See, this is what I want to make for my friend. Please load, please load, please load. Yes, this is what I want to make for my friend. It's the double-sided Moomin sweater, no, scarf. I forget. This is Moomin, right? Yeah, it is Moomin. Because my friend really likes Moomin, and he's a big fan of it, and he's always like, oh man, I can't find like Moomin merch anywhere anymore, right? So I want to make him the scarf because I want to make him something, and also just because it's like Moomin. And I feel like it would look really nice with green and white. Hello, Mew. Are you still at work? But yeah, I want to make that for a friend, so we agreed to meet up one day to pick out the colors for the project, but he doesn't know that's what I'm making him. I feel like it could also work as a... You're on your break? Nice. Did you listen to Epic until just now? Earlier I was trying to steal Eternal's wife, Mitsuki. She didn't join, but we were communicating through him. Has your day been busy so far? How's work been? Gotta forget I have to keep looking. You listened to Epic at the beginning of your shift? Yeah. So did you just finish it? Or has your shift been going for a lot longer than that? I forget, different time zones. Let's get this out of the way. Okay. I still haven't heard the musical that Smile recommended. I might listen to it after Resident Evil. I'll need something to... It's 5 a.m. your time, so... Oh, yeah, it's been a while since then. Okay. Yeah, it's been a lot longer than that. Do you listen to anything else after, like, your first break? Any Ruby soundtrack in there? Ruby songs? I feel like I've, out of, like, all of the character intro songs for Team Ruby, I really like Weiss's. I really like Weiss's songs. Big fan of them. I also really like the more energetic songs, like the Team Coffee song, Neons, Boop, B-O-O-P, P as in Peter. Listen to your main playlist after? Nice. I feel like I don't really have a main playlist anymore. I have a couple of different playlists, but I don't have one that's like my go-to. I go through phases. Yang theme gang. Let's go. Yang's theme is really cool too. Red Like Roses is also really good, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite. But yeah, I went through a phase where I just listened to instrumental K-pop a lot, and it was during the time where I was not a receptionist, but like kind of before the receptionist, so I was in my own like little bubble all the way by myself, and my manager told me that I could play whatever music I wanted, so I would play a lot of like instrumental K-pop or like video game soundtracks, And because there were no lyrics, everybody thought I was listening to classical music, and they were like, wow, you're so cultured and this and that. Until a resident was like, is that the theme to Howl's Moving Castle? And I was like, yeah. And after that, she would like ask me what I was listening to, and we would talk about it, and she was really nice, really cool. The same playlist you play when you draw and stream. Oh, nice. You do have a lot of good songs on that one. I have No, yeah, I just have a lot of different playlists. Or sometimes I'll go through like moods where I just want to listen to like very specific songs. So instead of making a playlist for those specific songs, I'll just queue them up individually in the same order every single time. VG soundtracks are so banger. VG? What's video game? Oh, video game. I was about to be like, what's VG? Video game soundtracks are banger. I will listen to the Stardew Valley soundtrack on repeat sometimes, but I had to start listening to that on YouTube so that it wouldn't affect my Spotify Wrapped. Because the songs are like so short, and I'll play them on loop, and next thing I know, it's like my #1 song. And I do love it, but I'm also like, man, I don't know what the homies are gonna say if I share this on my Spotify Wrapped. Last year, I was a little embarrassed about sharing my Spotify Wrapped because I was the only one in my friend group that listened to Epic, and my top 5 songs were like Epic songs, I want to say. And Jorge was my #1 artist. I think I was like in the top 1% of listeners. So I was like, man, they're definitely gonna think I'm cringe if I share this. So I didn't. But then everybody started listening to Epic, and I was like, man, I should just shared it. Yeah. Wait, I said we were gonna do 3 minutes of ads. Did you guys hear that? There's a thunderstorm. Nintendo Spotify finally adds Xeno played. It's over for you. I get it. I get it. I wonder what other soundtracks I really like. I don't think I can name them off the top of my head. I'd have to think about it. I think my ads manager is broken. So if you guys do get ads, let me know. So we can take a break around that time. I am going to check on my dog real quick, because she gets really scared of thunderstorms. So I just want to make sure she's okay. My dog is fine. She was just chilling on her bed. And then this was row 19, so going back we'll be on row 20. Another reason I really wanted to work on this again was because I realized that a lot of my newer viewers don't know that I love knitting and crocheting. And I did want to like I did want to alternate between like the scary games and just like chill sleepy streams, yeah. Like just very comfy streams. And the other day I was watching another friend stream and she like shouted me out and then she was like describing my streams to her viewers and I was like, I just wanted to say hi, don't. But she was like, oh yeah, Bella's a baker, and I was like, oh no. Like I do bake, but I feel like I wouldn't call myself a baker. And I feel like recently there's just been a lot of things to celebrate, but normally I don't bake that often. And I was like, no, people need to know. They need to know that that I knit and crochet. You'll try to come by later? Okay, no worries if you can't. I hope the rest of your workday goes well. Thank you for dropping by. Wait. Okay. I'll finish this row and then we'll do 3 minutes of ads because I think it's giving me permission to do that again. We'll try that. Yes. Game plan. Oh, you do have the Olympia stuff. Have fun there. After party. You might try to lurk if somebody streams it. Hello, Unusual. How you doing? You just made an omelet? Nice. What kind of omelet? I have been having a good day so far. My mom made pancakes, so we had some pancakes for breakfast. Went to a meeting, finished the meeting. Trying to set up some more stuff for stream. Like setting up a PRB script. And having it play clips. Just send the link to the ceremony and the after party. Okay. Okay. Bye, Mew. Thank you for dropping by again. What else? Oh, I had time to clean my desk, so that's nice. It was like kind of covered in a bunch of like papers and notes from like last semester because I hadn't really had. Well, no, I cleaned all of that stuff. Notes and stuff for this semester. Some mail I needed to sort through. And kind of reset my desk. Just a regular one with like cheese and some chicken in a sandwich. Nice. I love a good egg sandwich with a little avocado. Hell yeah. Literally so sick, your brain is so slow right now. Oh no, what'd you get? Is it like a flu? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even notice that sandwich was misspelled. I hope you feel better. Like, if you have a fever, just rest. I hate getting sick. It's the worst feeling. Especially when, like, your body feels all lethargic as well. Runny nose, cough, you're sweating like crazy. Vesty, you definitely have a fever. Did you take some medicine for it at least? Been in bed all day. No. I don't know how you had the energy to make yourself an omelet. Like literally when I got COVID, I was at my sister's house and I didn't want her to take care of me because I was just like, don't get close to me because I don't want to give you COVID. And she was like, it's not COVID, Bellamy. But I took a test a few weeks later, like the week while I was still sick. I don't know why I said weeks later. But I took a test and it did turn out to be COVID, and I was like, see, it worked out. Like that's why I was telling you not to get close to me. But um, during that time, I couldn't bring myself to like cook something, so I just like ordered some cans of like chicken noodle soup and I would heat it up. But if you need to leave to like get some rest, I get it. I know like sometimes when I get sick, I do like watching stuff or just like listening to stuff in the background, but sometimes your mind just needs a break from all that, from technology. Especially if you're prone to headaches, I just feel like being on my phone will intensify that. Just don't want to lie down right now. That's fair. Especially if like the room is hot and then you have like blankets. Oh my god, it sucks. It feels like you're boiling up. And there's like the opposite spectrum where like your fever's so bad that everything feels cold, and no matter how many like layers you put on, you feel like you're freezing. That's how I know I'm like really sick, because I feel like I run on the hotter side, so I tend to get hot pretty easily. And if I get to a point where I'm just constantly cold, I know something's wrong. Well, we're just chilling right now. I'm like almost halfway done with the backside of this sweater. We're gonna repeat the colors on the front. So once we get to pink, we'll bring it back. We'll repeat it in the opposite order. Let's put the yarn there. 20. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads real quick so that we don't have any pre-roll ads. But I won't be doing much. I'm just gonna stretch my wrist. My shoulder popped just now. Oh my god. Should amp up for a bit too. My back cracked. Wait, I want to show you guys another project I want to work on. What's it called? I think I have to like click on one of her videos. Wait, maybe I don't. Look at how cute this is. I want to work on an amigurumi. And I feel like this person, her user is Green Frog Crochet. She has such the thunder. She has like the cutest amigurumis like patterns for like dolls. Did it work? Why isn't the picture loading? No, the picture isn't working. Oh, it did. It did work. Okay. There was just a delay. There was a delay. Okay. It's not too bad. But yeah, I want to make that. It's so cute. It's so cute. And I feel like I could change it up to make it look like me. And that would be very cute as well. I hate that I can't tell when the ads are still playing. Okay. We'll keep working on this. But yeah. That's another project I want to get to work on eventually. I know. We got other stuff we're working on right now. Maybe I should finish this first before I start dreaming about other projects. Maybe I should have waited. Okay. You're locked in gaming. Oh, they weren't done? Are they done now? Also, welcome back. What are you playing? Are you playing Faz? But yeah. Oh, okay. Nice. I'm trying to do the 3 minutes so that you guys don't have the pre-roll ads. Because I saw another streamer kind of like talk about it. Like she made a post about it. on Twitter, and she was like, "What's something that like kind of puts you off from watching somebody's stream?" And there were like pre-roll ads, and then I realized that I had pre-roll ads. And I was like, maybe having the 3-minute ads might work out better for both of us. It's just a speedrun game. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like watching speedruns, but I feel like that's just something I wouldn't want to attempt. I I like taking my time with games. I like going slow. I am kind of scared about playing the Silent Hill remakes, but that's a bridge we'll cross when we get to it. I didn't realize which game it was, and I accidentally watched some playthrough of it the other day. And I was like, well, that's really scary. I'm never gonna play that. And then I realized it was a Silent Hill game. Um, but I want to know what's going on. I feel like those I might not finish. I might just like play to play them, but I don't know if we'll be able to reach an ending. I am excited about Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 7. I'd say I try to finish it today, but I feel like it might take at least 2 more little sessions of playing it in order to finish. That's just my generous estimate right now. I know a lot of y'all probably don't know how to knit, but like a small part of me is so nervous about the idea of like somebody that does knit regularly joining my streams while I'm doing this, because I feel like I don't have proper technique. They're probably like judging me. But it's okay, like just knit however is most comfortable to you, you know? Like, yeah. Don't worry about me. Oh, what happened here? There is a thunderstorm going on right now. I think y'all can hear some of the thunder. If my power goes out, I'll let you know. Oh, what are some things you guys are excited about? Like, just in general. I'm really excited about the like new My Melody and Kuromi show that's gonna be released on Netflix soon. I love them. I don't know if I would say they're my favorite, but like Sanrio characters, but they're definitely up there. I also really like Agretsuko and oh my god, I forget his name. I don't want to butcher it. It's the little like ghostly looking guy. I feel like that one's very cute too. And Pom Pom Pudding is also very cute. Hiropi, Fatmats. Been looking at We Are Dinosaurs recently. They're pretty chill too. Oh my god, Big Challenges. Big Challenges, the little alligator looking fella. Hold on. I have to send a picture of Big Challenges. This is Big Challenges. In 1978, Sanrio designed this crocodile whose name is Big Challenges. It was never used for anything. I love him. He's just a little crocodile. He's just hanging out. He has a little face, you know? Very cute. Yeah, I'm excited about the My Melody and Kuromi show. I really liked the Rilakuma show that was released a while back. I really like Rilakuma. One of my friends, before I knew who Rilakuma was, one of my friends got me this little pencil that had Rilakuma's like face and like design on it. It was the cutest thing. And I got really into Rilakuma and Ko-Rilakuma. And I got more pencils with like their designs and stuff. And some notebooks. So cute. I feel like a lot of the merch I get is either pins or stationery, just because I really like stationery and I really like cute things, and I like multi-tools, so it works out that like my merch can also work for day-to-day life things. Cute and practical is the best way to go. At the convention I went to recently, they usually have like a car show where people show off their like Itasha cars, which are basically like the cars that are wrapped in like anime pictures. I remember the first time I saw one when I was like 16, I was just like, if I ever get a car, I'm going to like put my favorite characters all over it. I was thinking of either doing like a Ruby car or what other characters did I really like at the time? I really like Squid Girl. I thought she was really cute. Or why am I blanking on her name? I can't remember her name. Tsukimi from Princess Jellyfish. Or maybe Kyoya from Oran High School Host Club. I don't know. I was thinking of doing one of those. But at the convention I went to recently, they had 3 Sanrio wrapped cars. There was My Melody, Kuromi, and Cinnamon Roll. And I saw Kuromi and I was immediately like, oh my god, it's Kuromi! And my dad was like, it's who? Who are you talking about right now? And I was like, it's Kuromi, like, she's my girl, I love her. I love her and My Melody so much. They're so cute. I love them. I don't know if you guys have heard like Kuromi's YouTube original song. I forgot what it's called, but I had it on my playlist for a while. It's very nice. I'd play it, but I feel like I'd get copyrighted for it, so I'll just say I enjoyed it. I have a lot of like stickers of them. Oh, the Animal Crossing playlist. The rain you're currently listening to is not the one from the thunderstorm in real life. It's simulated rain. You should listen to Epic. Thunderbringer, great song. Banger song. I love the entire musical so much. I've been trying to listen to other musicals, but I keep going back to Epic. Like, I recently watched Nerdy Prudes Must Die and Black Friday on Star Kids channel. They're like this, Star Kid is a theater group. I forgot where they're based in, but they make a lot of original musicals, and they like post the entire thing on their YouTube channel. And it's really cool because like the people that can't go in person can like see the entire thing. And the way they record it, it's so good. It's so good. They like change up the scenes and whatnot. I love the professional, like official musical recordings. Anyways, Nerdy Prudes Must Die and Black Friday I've been watching recently, but I keep going back to the Epic musical. It's a simulated thunderstorm in the playlist? What did I queue up? Maybe I'll do this one. Because I don't want to clarify if something is in real life or in the video. Okay, and then we'll cue that one up, and hopefully that one doesn't have rain. That one was real. My dog's crying. Hold on. Do you want to be with me? Hide from the storm with me. We're looking over here today. You don't want to hang out with me? She was on my lap for like 2 seconds and she wants to leave already. What happened? Where's mom? I'll just leave the door cracked open for her in case she wants to hang out with me later. I think you're trying to show me something. But I don't know what exactly. I feel like a small part of me wants to buy those little talking buttons, but that's gonna be a lot of work, and then I wouldn't know whether to teach her Spanish or English because my parents speak to her in Spanish, but I only speak to her in English, and I feel like making my dog trilingual would be a little stressful for her. Um, She usually doesn't like hanging out with me, but my mom tells me that anytime I like sleep over at my sister's house, she'll come to my door and she'll whine until my mom opens my bedroom door for her. And she looks for me and then she confirms that I'm not there and then she leaves. But she'll do it a couple times a day. And I feel so bad because I'm just like, oh no, my poor little dog. She doesn't know. She doesn't know I'm coming back home. Just not right now. And I do want to get a capture card. But I feel like I would really only play Animal Crossing on Switch. I could also finish Breath of the Wild. I have not finished that game, and I have had it for so long. What are we doing? Pearls? Yeah. What if I don't do that? I definitely don't know how to end my rows. I could do better on that front. I keep forgetting that I need to like have decent posture when I do this. I'm so used to like just bringing this up to my face. But if I do that, my hands just don't show up on the camera. Maybe I should set up the bot to like tell me when the ads start and when they end instead of doing it manually. Yeah. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. I'll try to do it before the Resident Evil stream. we can use the 3 minutes to de-stress from whatever's chasing me. That sounds like a good idea. I'll do that. Almost forgot. Let's. Oh, let me finish this row, and then I'll show it to you guys. I didn't buy it this year, but I bought it last year's convention. I didn't put it on my phone because my current case doesn't. I feel like it wouldn't really match. I am definitely the type of person that like switches out my phone cases every now and then to match the mood, the vibe. That, and I break my phone cases a lot, so I do need to replace them every now and then. My current case has been staying strong. I haven't broken it yet. Emphasis on yet. I always get phone cases that have like a kickstand or a phone holder thing. But I also mess around with it a lot. I'll use it as a fidget toy almost, and because I do that constantly, I end up breaking that part of the case. Oh. Trying to like focus and knit this fast so we can start the new color at least. I don't know if I'll be able to get to that. I'll try. Should just do this nonstop for 30 minutes maybe? Yeah. Maybe I need to set up the timers again to hold myself accountable. Another 3,000 points and you don't have a game in mind. That's fine. Don't use them for any Resident Evil games. Or Silent Hill. What other games? Or Undertale. Or Deltarune. I'm planning on playing those games eventually. So don't use your points for that. Oh. Oh no. Where did I put my... I dropped a stitch. Let me just fix that real quick. Did I not grab the entire thing? There we go. God dang it. Dropping all my stitches. Okay. Stay right there. I'm so sad that they still haven't announced a an official release date for Little Nightmares 3 or Reanimal. I've been like looking forward to them. We're halfway through the year. There's still no release date. It just says coming soon or 2025. It's so sad. You were hoping to scare me? No, we're pausing Blurp for right now. These are cozy crafting streams. No jump scares. I haven't done one of these in a while, but we'll be bringing back the knitting streams for a while. There were so many games and such little time I had that we haven't been doing this. But originally, I wanted to do both. A mix of very cozy streams in between some of our scarier games. I'm not gonna lie, Little Nightmares 3 seems alright. Yeah, and it like sucks that it's not like the original creators of it, so a lot of people are like, oh, it's probably not gonna be that good. But part of the reason I want to play it, or I want it to be released, is because Tori said that she would play it for me. And I miss Tori, so I'm like, I want to hang out with her again. Like, obviously, I still talk to her every now and then, but we haven't played anything recently. She's been busy, I've been busy. It is what it is. Oh, and there was a change up. I will like make a schedule for it, obviously, but this Thursday I'm gonna continue Timeline instead of Portal. No, that's a lie. This Thursday I'm not gonna stream because I'm gonna be on Duke's stream, voicing. He's gonna be streaming Ace Attorney. So I'm gonna be there for that, and then on Friday, me and Duke are gonna play Portal 2. We'll see how it goes, because we will play for about 4 hours, so maybe we can finish the entire co-op campaign in that time frame. Because I don't know when he's gonna be free again. You're waiting for Reanimal very intently. That's fair. I am very excited about Reanimal. But that one doesn't even have like 2025 for it, just says coming soon. Oh, pain and suffering. I feel like I'm a lot more excited about those two games than Resident Evil 9. But then again, I've been playing Little Nightmares for a while, and the Resident Evil lore I'm just now learning. So who knows? Maybe after I play a few more Resident Evil games, I'll be more excited about 9. Some point this year. Yeah, I did see that. So that did bring me hope, but it's the not knowing when it's going to happen. I felt the same way with Epic, because Jorge wouldn't really announce when he was dropping things, when he was like dropping a new saga, until like 2 weeks before he dropped it. And it was usually on a holiday, so after a while we figured out, okay, well, this holiday's coming up, so maybe he might release it then. But he wouldn't confirm it until like 2 weeks before, so it was just like the not knowing. I was like, oh my god, am I gonna have to wait a year between albums? Because it was almost a year between the Cyclops saga and the Ocean saga. But that was partially because of like legal issues with the original recording company. They wanted to like keep the rights, I think, to all the music instead of giving them to Jorge. I just switching accents between words. I feel like I sound silly sometimes. I say that, but whenever I speak Spanish, I will drop the American accent for some words. That's an example. Like when I was in Mexico, we were telling our cousins, we're like, well, llegamos al apartamento y luego fuimos a comer acá y luego fuimos a Walmart y agarramos cosas que necesitábamos para el viaje. And he was like, ¿qué es Walmart? Like, ¿qué es eso? And we had to like say Gualmar. And then he was like, oh, I know that store. It's also multiplayer, which is something you're very slightly worried about just because you don't know how to do the gameplay. By the way, I'll probably play it multiplayer anyways, and it's probably better than a bot if it was made for multiplayer. That's true. But I feel like sometimes, well, I don't know if it's for all games, but you know, a lot of multiplayer games like that also have a mode where you can play by yourself without a bot, like you just switch between the characters, like whether you're controlling one character or not. I want to say that Portal 2 is like that, if I remember correctly. What other game? I can't think of one off the top of my head. It'd be cool. A little slower, but it'd be cool if you could like control both characters instead of having to play with a bot. Would you play with me on stream? Otherwise, I don't know who else I would play with. I don't know if any of my other friends are interested in Reanimal. Or if they're available. Maybe they might like go with the horror vibes and like release it in October. Oh, this got caught. Please let go. How? Hydrate or dihydrate? Give me 1 second. Oh no. I need to get a soldering kit. Let's open that just a wee bit. There we go. Yeah, a soldering kit would be a good investment. That way I could like close these and make sure that my yarn isn't getting caught in there anymore. You're chugging down some water. I'm enjoying this. I'm already taking a break. So this is like a little sticker to like stick onto your phone, and then you can like clip this on there. And it's one of the twins. It's one of the star twins, and will it focus? Yeah. It's so sparkly. Very cute. Trying to get these toxins out. Take some medicine and okay, this might sound a little weird, but if you have honey and garlic cloves, sit like a bunch of garlic cloves in a cup, douse them with honey, let that sit overnight, and then the next day take a tablespoon like every hour. It's a home remedy that my mom uses, and I feel like it works every time, for me at least. As a kid, I would call it fuego because it's very spicy. It kind of hurts a little to swallow, especially if you're sick, but it has worked. Let's bring this one over here. Feeling a lot better than you were in the morning, so that's something. Oh, nice. When did you get sick? Like, did you start feeling sick today or a few days before? I feel like this is the first time you've mentioned it. Literally the other day you were thinking to yourself, wow, I haven't gotten sick in a while. This is nice. You jinxed yourself. I guess she said screw you. Nah, he probably said, you know what would be really funny right now? The dramatic irony of it all. Well, no, just the irony. One of my friends doesn't really understand how dramatic irony works, and sometimes I'll be explaining something and I'm like, oh yeah, the dramatic irony of it all, and he's just like, that's not what irony means. And I'm like, bro, look up dramatic irony. Like, it's slightly different, but I know what I'm talking about. I was like talking to my therapist about something the other day, and the entire time I was like thinking, this is very dramatic irony coded. It wasn't truly dramatic irony because I'm not a character in a story, but I was like, if I were, the dramatic irony would be this. And I was like telling him blah blah. I never brought up the dramatic irony part. And then he was the one that brought it up, and I was like, he gets it, he understands. It was very mild yesterday, and it was horrible that night and this morning. Oh yeah. Do you have like any body chills? Those are the worst. Especially like when you're sick and you're just so tired from the sickness, but you can't even sleep because you're so sick. Oh, I hate it. I hate getting sick. I feel like I've gotten sick pretty often, but it hasn't been too bad. Most times I sound worse than I feel. Like when I got sick in December recently, I sounded really bad, but I felt fine. My voice was just super hoarse. Sounded like I smoked 10 packs a day for years on end. I used to be so proud of how, like, I wouldn't get sick often, but I feel like my immune system just dropped terribly after I turned 20. Because I've gotten multiple colds a year ever since then. Your friends tell you your voice sounds different every time you speak to them. When you're sick or just in general? My voice will get really raspy. Or I lose it and every time I speak it sounds like I'm squeaking. Apparently your mood is very obvious when you speak. I feel like I can hide my mood through my voice, but I've been told that my expressions show on my face. So my friends are like, yeah, we can always tell what you're thinking just by looking at your face. And I didn't realize it. And this one time I was reading something and one of my cousins was like, you know, every time you read, like, I can tell if you're like enjoying it or not because your face shows it. It's like, you're so expressive when you read. And then my friends confirmed it. Apparently, had a bad cough. You'll literally sound like you're going through puberty again. Like, does your voice get really high or like your voice cracks a lot? I forget how male puberty works. Cracks a bunch. I get it. My voice doesn't really crack when I get sick, but sometimes it's like the air leaves me before I can finish saying a word. You need to get a new keyboard. Prestige. Are you thinking of like a specific keyboard or just any? I feel like I've asked this before, but I don't remember. Like a mechanical keyboard? Any particular switches? Any extra keys or lack thereof? Just want mechanical? You're just stingy with money. I get it. I get it. I had this like old keyboard for a while that I kind of hated because no matter what, I couldn't turn off the backlight, and sometimes I didn't need it, and it was so frustrating that I couldn't control it. And it also had like circular keys instead of square keys. Um, and sometimes my like fingers would go in between the spaces and it would just slow down whatever I was typing, and I would get like so frustrated with it. And I did like it in the beginning because it was like cheap. It was like $12 and it was pink and white and I liked that. But the more I used it, the more frustrated I got with it. And then I was like, I'm gonna get a mechanical keyboard. I did a bunch of research. I couldn't find one exactly the way I wanted it, so I was like, I'll just build it myself. But once I had like all of the switches and the keycaps and the like board for it in my cart, I was like, do I really want to spend $200 on this? And I like saved the money for it, and I was like, if I still want, I'm gonna save the money for it, and if I still want it by the time I have the money, I'll get it. It took me like 3 months, but I was really apprehensive about it. If you hit your spacebar, sometimes it will literally pop off. Bestie. That keyboard is on its last legs. It's barely holding on. A small part of me wants another keyboard, not because I don't like my current one. I do like it. But it doesn't have a number pad, and sometimes I really need the number pad. So I just want an extra keyboard for the number pad. I guess I could just buy the number pad by itself, but I could also get an entirely new keyboard and just have it laying around for when I need it. Is stream lagging for you guys? My camera died. I forgot to connect it to the charger. No. Hello, Nebula. Welcome in. Oh, this is your first time chatting. I write down the names of all of our chatters and make little origami stars at the beginning of my next stream. Would you like to go by Nebula Soul, just Nebula, or something else? My camera died, so I'm gonna set up my other phone real quick. Anyways, welcome in. We're just talking about keyboards right now. I was able to get the case off. Anything's fine. Okay. Need to clean yours? I need to clean mine too. I cleaned it recently, so it's not too bad, but it could be better. I'm gonna turn this off for a second, just to make sure it's where I want it at. Okay. I completely forgot to pay attention to that. Okay, we're back. This camera might be slightly better because it's my phone, but it's fine. I feel like I'm slightly neurotic about my keyboards, just because I really like tactile switches, but I hate the loud ones. Like, I hate blue switches because they're so loud, and if I'm typing for a long period of time, the noise just really gets to me. It's also like one of the triggers for my migraines, so I can't listen to it for too long. So my current keyboard has silent tactile switches, and I feel like one thing that I really like having. It's not a need, but I really like having a backlit keyboard, but having the ability to like turn on and off the light. I can also switch the colors on my keyboard, but I usually just keep it at white. It also has like different light modes because I can do the whole having it light up when I press a key, or just having it be a solid color or switch colors as I type. But again, the migraine thing, so I just keep it at one stationary color. Like, raves are so fun, but oh my god, there's so many triggers for my migraines there. I have to make sure I'm like well medicated, well hydrated, well rested before I go. And I take some earplugs because they're really loud. And I usually buy like a water bottle towards the end of it so that if I start getting a headache, I can just use the water bottle as a like makeshift ice pack to get me through the rest of the night. I really like Broadway raves and emo night. They're fun. It was never a phase, Mom. Got to change yours, but it changes based on what I'm doing. Nice. Do you like program it to change to like specific things? Or do you have to like set it to like the different settings every time? For me, I have to like scroll through all the like different color options if I want to change it. Oh. I think there's an app you can use to change it. Oh, nice. Had this keyboard for a while. I think I've had mine for like 3 years now, maybe? I want to say it's been like 3 years. I got it a while after I built my computer. I keep seeing I'm like registered to a few different keyboard websites, so I'll always get the notifications whenever they're releasing like new keyboards or new keycap sets. And I'm always so tempted to buy them, but I'm like, no, my keyboard works. I don't need another one. But it would be nice. Like, I could get a green keyboard to match the Bella vibes, because my current keyboard is pink. So I could do green for my next one, maybe. This one keeps unscrewing. Why are you doing that to me? I think it's been about an hour since the last time we did ads, so I'm gonna take... No, I'll finish this roll and then I'll take a quick break while the ads play. I don't know why I'm so tired. I slept a decent amount last night. Green is a good color. I wouldn't say it's my favorite color, but it's definitely in my top 5. I do like green. green is my sister's favorite color, so anytime I see something green, I think of her. But she's more of a dark forest type green. She prefers the deeper greens, darker greens. I am definitely a pink pastel fan. Green is probably your second. I think for me it's like pink, blue, black, and then green. So green is fourth. In terms of like combined colors, or like color combinations, my absolute favorite color combination is gold with like a dark blue. Oh, it's such a good color combination. After that, maybe like white and pink, then like black and pink, green and pink. But gold and a dark royal blue, I eat that up every time. It's such a good color combination. I messed up there. Let me fix this real quick. What happened? Okay, we fixed it. Your favorite colors are purple, green, blue, and red. Nice. Are you more of like a pastel fan or like darker colors? I definitely lean towards pastels more. Like I got these new crochet hooks for some thinner lace I want to work with, and I specifically chose a pastel color palette for that. Okay. We'll play some ads for 3 minutes, and I won't be doing much. Just gonna stretch. Let's say the variety of balance. Fave color combo might be blue and green. Okay. I was looking for my timer clock. Should I set a new one? Okay. We'll do some wrist stretches. Ooh. The nature look is such a vibe. I feel like I have gotten a deeper appreciation for the color green since I started streaming. I've been like looking at more green stuff to see what stuff would match with the whole aesthetic of it all. Stand up and stretch. Every time I like stretch, my back cracks. That's probably not good. Let me check on my dog real quick. There. I want to go check on my dog. She was just sitting at the door. My mom went out. Sometimes when I'm the only one at home, my dog will want to hang out with me, but she's just vibing right now. She didn't even want to play. Okay. Was I gonna do something before this? Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys. I feel like every every knitting stream I've done, I've like shown these off, but look. My D&D die. They're so pretty. Wait. Look how sparkly. One way you like seeing green is when nature takes over modern society. Yes! Oh my god, yes. It's especially when there's like crawling vines over old buildings. It looks so cool. Like, I know it's terrible for the building and the structure of it all, but it's so cool. I also have these little charms that I bought. I don't know what I bought them for. I was just like, whoa, they look really nice. I can't open it because of the gloves. No. Okay, I'll just show it to you. There's these little charms, blue and gold. I think they look really nice. Part of me wants to turn them into like row counters or something, but I feel like they're a little heavy for that. I don't know. I'll figure out what to use them for eventually. I think they look really nice. Yeah, these These were a little expensive, but I feel like they're worth the money. I haven't played with them, but I'll take them out to look at them. They're called the Shattered Sapphire set. They're so cool. But you do have to be careful with these because even though they're like fancy and stuff, one of them broke already and I ended up getting it replaced. It genuinely shattered. I was like, I thought it was just in the name, but no, it actually shattered. And I was so sad when it shattered because I think they were like $80. So I'm very careful with them now. I love them. They're like my prized possession. I have some other D&D set die sets, not D&D sets. Like, this was my first set. This came with something. I'm missing one of these. Missing my 6-sided die. But I have these. I have this one that's just black and white. Oh. My new crochet hook sets are all pastel colored. Very light colors. I'll keep this one out because I'm still using it. Oh, this one's a bigger size. We'll use that one. But I do own a lot of pink stuff. And I feel like it's noticeable in the way I dress. But sometimes, like, I'll invite friends over to my room who don't know me super well. Like, my family hosted a dinner and they all brought their kids and stuff, and they were like, hey, take care of the kids. And I was like, okay. So I invited them into my room so that they could play Smash. And one of the girls, like, she was so hesitant to ask me this. I'm not sure why, but she was just like, Bellamy, can I ask you something? And I was like, yeah, sure, what is it? And she was like, is your favorite color pink? Because my room at the time, all of the walls were painted pink. I had and still have a lot of pink accessories. Like, I have wall hooks that are pink on my doors, or I guess they're like door hooks, I don't know. Just a lot of stuff. Even my pin banners are pink. And so after she asked me that, I looked at her and with a straight face, I was just like, no, I hate pink. And she was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry for asking. I just assumed. And I was like, no, you're right. Like, it is my favorite color. I just wanted to mess with you. She was like, oh, okay. But yeah, I was just like, it's pretty obvious just by looking at me, I feel. I will usually try to have pink hair if I can, but right now, I'm trying to grow it out, so I cut off all of my dyed hair and we're trying to grow it out. But whenever I do have any bleach sections, I'll dye it pink. I'll usually use like a semi-permanent hair dye so that it'll wash out quickly and my job won't say anything about it. But anytime I have like a long weekend or vacation, it's pink. Or for special events, like I went to the Baby Metal concert recently, and for that one I actually wanted to dye my hair red for the concert, but I didn't have any red hair dye and it was like kind of last minute, so I did hot pink. And it looked really nice. I was really proud of how it turned out. I love dyeing my hair. I want to dye it again, but no. I said I was gonna grow it out. Healthy hair. No split ends. For now. It is. I had a halo dye. Let me show y'all what that looks like now that I can send pictures. You've never dyed your hair before? I had gone like a long time without dyeing my hair. Like the first time I dyed it, I was probably 19? No, like 20 years old. I got it all bleached, went blonde. What's a good picture to send? These examples are not the best. It looks something like this, maybe, if it'll load. But I also had my bangs like two separate colors. Oh, my message failed to send. I need to get better Wi-Fi. Or an Ethernet cable. Or a better VPN. I should probably try out all of those things, maybe. Are none of my messages sending? Why? Am I even live right now? Oh my god. I am. Okay. Twitch is like saying that my bitrate is at 0. So I was like, oh no, did it crash? Okay. Good to know that it's still working, at least. Don't think my messages are sending at all for some reason. Yeah, it keeps saying that all of my messages aren't sending. Oh well. Welcome in, Shadow Vanta. How you doing? Hi. I am hydrated. Boom. 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 We're doing good. We're just talking and knitting. Or trying to knit. I keep getting distracted. I didn't set my timers this time. I was like, I won't need them, but apparently I do need them in order to stay focused on my knitting. I'm gonna lurk. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you for the lurk, Nebula. Thank you for dropping by. Hope your day and night goes well. Yeah, we're working on a rainbow cardigan. I started it last year in June at the beginning of Pride Month, and I told myself I was going to finish it before the end of the year, but I did not. Lots of stuff happened, and I stopped doing my knitting streams, but we're back at it again. A different, a change of pace from my usual horror games streams. I do enjoy the chill ones. I feel like they're not the most entertaining, but I like to vibe. I like to knit. I love knitting and crocheting, and I guess those are my main two hobbies right now. Knitting and crocheting. It's funny because a lot of people think I really like playing scary games, but I don't. But I do, like scary games, but it's not something I would play on my off time. I only play them on stream because I get really scared if I play them by myself. So at least with chat, I'm like, okay, I'm not by myself. It's okay, I'll survive. Did I split the yarn? I did. There we go. Yeah, I'm a coward when it comes to scary games. So like, games I do enjoy are like Stardew Valley and Minecraft and Polia. Lots of farming sims. Any game that has fishing, honestly, I'll just spend a long time fishing. But anytime I play, I'm just like, oh, I don't want to talk. Yeah, sometimes you need time to relax your mind and do whatever you like. Yeah. I do have a couple of projects I'm working on, like, that I don't stream. When it comes to, like, knitting and crochet. I've been crocheting a bunch of Lily of the Valley buds for our first 100 followers. But, that's been slow progress. I'm kind of behind on that. I wanted to finish them all before I reached 100 followers, but that didn't happen. And I'm also making this checkered pink and white sweater that's double-sided. But that one I work on almost exclusively while I'm watching shows. Because I can't sit still when it comes to watching shows for some reason. I have to be doing something, at least with my hands. So having a crochet project or like a knitted project to work on while I'm watching a show keeps me kind of grounded, keeps me anchored. Minecraft really brings back a lot of memories. The last time you played Minecraft was 9 years ago or so. I think the last time I played was probably like 2 years ago. Some of my friends have a Minecraft server right now and I really want to play, but I know that if I join, I'm going to like spend 6 hours either just growing a farm or fishing nonstop, and I need to do homework. I keep saying I'm gonna do homework after stream, and then I keep getting distracted and not doing it. But tomorrow I'm not streaming, so I'm gonna lock in and do so much homework. We might finish this sweater before next Pride Month, maybe. Go. Yeah. I feel like with Minecraft, I couldn't really play it when it first came out because partially it was like my parents. They were like, "Oh my God, there's zombies. Zombies are bad. You can't play this." And original Minecraft, I don't know what it was about it. I don't know if it was the textures or what, but when it first came out, I couldn't even watch gameplay of it because it would give me terrible motion sickness to the point where like I would genuinely have to puke because of how sick I felt just by watching it. So I couldn't play it. Otherwise, I genuinely felt sick. My cousins had it, and my friends did play it, but I couldn't play it. And I did get it eventually. Oh, Twitch is laggy? Oh, because of the graphic. Yeah. That was probably it. Yeah, I can play Minecraft nowadays. It doesn't make me as motion sick as before. I do have to play without, like, some of the extra animations, because those will get to me. It's so funny because I don't get motion sick when I'm in cars. Like, any long trip I've had, sometimes we'll drive down to Florida, and it's like 6, 8 hours usually. And I'll either spend the entire time reading a book or watching a show or playing a video game, or I'll be crocheting. I'm always doing something, right? And I've never gotten motion sick in a car before, but video games will make me motion sick, of all things. They improved it a lot. Yeah, they did. I feel like a lot of people complain about the new textures because of the nostalgia, but they've genuinely helped out. Especially like for newer players, it's a lot easier to tell what certain things are at a glance. And me personally, I don't get that like sick feeling anymore. I don't know if it was like any of the animations or just the like texture packs or whatever that made it better, but it did. Whatever they changed, it worked. For me at least. There's also a lot of like new mobs and a lot of new things you can do within vanilla Minecraft. It's really nice. Because you got older and your brain might have got used to it. I don't know. Maybe. But some other games still make me motion sick. Like Valorant. I can't play Valorant for too long, or else it makes me motion sick. I think there's a couple of other games where like I can only play them for a little bit, or else I start feeling ill. They'll like either trigger a migraine or I feel like very dizzy. Maybe that's also why I tend to play a lot of farming sims. There's not as much movement in those. Oops. I don't get motion sick on cars or boats or planes. It's only been video games. That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. Like, my last plane trip, I watched a movie and I read a comic on my way back. I was on a boat during that trip, and on the boat, I was working on a crochet project until my phone got wet, and then I lost the pattern, so I couldn't keep working on it. But if it hadn't been for that, I would have kept crocheting. Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. What row is this? This will be 10. 30. I think that's cyber sickness. Wait, is that an actual thing? Gotta look this up. Oh my god! It's a thing! Yeah, it depends on the game you're playing. That's crazy. Games that has first person vision get you dizziness or feeling nauseous. Yeah, it is definitely more common for me, at least with first person games. Wow. Like even when I started playing Resident Evil 7, I immediately turned off the like motion bounce feature because I knew I was gonna start feeling sick if I left it on. Wow. Thank you, Shadow. I learned something new today. Yeah, it says cyber sickness symptoms, as in motion sickness. Some people experience cyber sickness at the slightest provocation while others are unaffected. Symptoms typically involve nausea or lightheadedness. So, nausea, dizziness, eye strain, and headaches. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they have a cure for that. It's fine. I can kind of tell when it's starting to affect me. I can usually go maybe like an hour unaffected. But once I start feeling sick, I'm like, okay, I have to stop or else it will get worse. You Googled it? Nice. I don't know why I never thought to Google it. I was like, I'm just built weird. I just can't play some video games, I guess. Boom, boom. Wait. There we go. I kind of want to try VR games, but I'm scared that for those, I might. Oh, you'll Google if there's a cure. I feel like there might not be. There are some remedies. Reducing overall screen time, taking frequent breaks to rest your eyes, stretch, and change positioning. Periodically focusing your eyes on something stable other than the screen. Avoiding use of multiple screens at one time. I can't do that while I'm streaming. But I can off stream, I guess. Choosing audio presentations over video when you can. Yeah. Overall, it just says like reducing screen time or avoiding heavy foods for long periods of screen time. Keeping the room ventilated and free of strong odors. Oh, posture check. Thank you, Vanta. I was shrimping a little bit. Hi, Percy. Welcome in. It's your first time chatting. I write down the names of all of our chatters and make little origami stars at the beginning of my next stream with those names. Would you like to go by Percy or your full username or something else? Oh, I will stretch. Hold on. Okay, I'll stretch right now. I was like, maybe I should just finish this real quick now. Just Percy is fine. Sounds good. Welcome in. We're having a chill stream right now. A little break from, I guess, my usual stuff. Too many people were starting to know me for my scary game streams and for the baking, and people need to know. They need to know that I knit. They need to know I crochet. I have other hobbies. Comfy is nice. It is nice. I will be playing Resident Evil later today, so I was just like, let me just mentally prepare myself for it by relaxing beforehand. Yeah. I think my next ad break, I'm gonna be away a little longer just so I can feed my dog. First stream you saw was Portal game. Yeah. We finished Portal 2 days ago. Portal 1. I'm gonna play Portal 2 on Friday with Duke. We're gonna do the co-op version. And maybe since I won't be playing alone, it won't take me as long to finish the second game. But I did really enjoy Portal. It was fun. I feel like I did frustrate a lot of people that were watching because some people got really mad. The co-op and single player are different story-wise. I was told. So I'll probably do the co-op and try to finish it in one stream, and then I'll play by myself to get the other version. Yeah, we finished it. I saw that ending song. It was really nice. It was really chill. GLaDOS was there. I was like, whoa. You slept on stream? Don't worry about it. Like, don't apologize for that. People gotta sleep. People gotta rest. Sometimes I pull up streams just to like support the homies, and then I fall asleep. Usually I'll like lurk in streams while I'm at work or while I'm doing homework. So I tend to not chat very often, but I'm there. Listening in. I appreciate all lurkers. Anybody that drops by, you're good. That's why we make our stars. Oh, there we go. Yesterday I finished 3 games, but they were all really short. I knew that one of them was short, but the other two, the first two I played, I genuinely thought it would take me a lot longer. It's a bad habit of yours. Usually sleep while listening to people talking on stream. Yes, I do the same thing. I was literally talking about that earlier. Like, some people have really nice voices that are just really comfortable, and they're so nice to fall asleep to. And yeah, I'll do that pretty often. Sometimes I'll listen to like a podcast, or I'll listen to like true crime videos or cave diving videos. Leaving on stream is nothing. You leave your PC without saying anything when you get bored and come back and say something hateful. I believe that. There's been like times where I've just left my PC on and I'll like go do other things. I'll clean, I'll have dinner, do some laundry. I don't know. Okay, that's 30 rows. Let me just count them again to make sure. Make sure I got it all. 2, 4, 6, 10. Okay. Remember, you're literally the only person. Oh, and it's usually background noise. Yeah, background noise is nice. I feel like I focus a lot better when I have some background noise. Do you lurk a lot in my streams just for points to make me play games? That's what I mean. I also watch crime videos, especially the horrible ones. It makes me think of a lot of things and not trust people easily. Oh, I get that. I get it. I know that. Hold on, let me find the other color. Guys, I lost the other colors for this project. It's not even lurking. You'll really tune in and out of what I'm saying sometimes. Just chat when I hear something outlandish. I don't say outlandish stuff. Me? I would never. Before I left to Mexico. Oh, you're gonna leave? You're gonna lurk for the rest of the stream? That works. Thank you for dropping by. It's usually game text I'm reading. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. That I do get. Anyways, before I left to Mexico recently, the one thing I asked my mom, I was like, hey, while I'm gone, please don't reorganize my room. And she was like, okay. And I was like, okay, cool. And while I was gone, she reorganized my room, so I don't know where she put my yarn. Don't forget to hydrate from time to time. I won't. I'm hydrating as I go. Anyways, look at this. I made this bucket hat a while ago. Little daisies. That's not what I was looking for. Is it? Hmm. See, before I started streaming, I thought I knew where the other colors were. So I was like, I don't have to get them ready beforehand. I have no idea where they're at. Classic. Thanks. I haven't found it. I think, can I do ads right now? I can't. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna feed my dog real quick, and then I'll keep looking for the yarn. And if I don't find it within the next 10 minutes, we'll just end this portion of the stream. I will be back. Welcome back, Mew. Sorry, I was looking for my yarn. I lost it, but I found it. Oh my god, that took forever. My dog is fed, she is happy, and we found the yarn, and I just need to make sure I'm grabbing the right one. Let's see. I forgot to change the... There we go. Oh my god, that took a minute to find. I was like looking all over the house because sometimes my mom will decide that she doesn't like when a certain thing is in my room. So she'll just take it out. And I thought she did that again, but no. She just moved it somewhere else. Hello. Are you gonna hang out with me today or not? No? Okay. Door's open if you want. I thought my dog was gonna want to hang out with me today, but she did not. Also, welcome in, Bentley Gaming. My name is Bellamy Bloomfield. I am a Lily of the Valley VTuber. We're using my PNG model today, but we're knitting a Lily of the... No, we're not knitting a Lily of the Valley thing. We're knitting a rainbow cardigan. Also, write down the names of all of our chatters and make little stars, little origami stars at the beginning of next stream. Would you like to go by your username or Bentley or something else? Okay. I think I'm just going to start the row for our new color, and then we'll read the chapter for Little Women. I have to put my gloves back on. I have to be welcome. You're good. It's okay. I'm a little awkward. I don't mind if you guys are a little awkward. How's your day been? Oh. Why am I struggling so much with this one glove? There we go. Yeah. We're gonna be using Sunshine. Doing good. I had a good breakfast. I got to clean my room real quick before stream. And now we're knitting. Can't complain about my day. Let me put this away before I forget. Oh. I need to refill my water bottle. Also, today, literally like half an hour ago, I found out that I get cyber sickness. I always thought it was just... I always called it motion sickness, but for video games. But no, it was cyber sickness. I have to go now. Probably be in another stream next time. So bye. Okay, bye. Welcome in again. Thank you for dropping by. I think my mom just got home. Okay. This will be enough. And we'll... Oh my god, I thought this one didn't have rain sounds, but it does. I'm so bad at picking my music. Oh, no, wrong side, wrong side, wrong side. This should be good enough. I'm so happy that the center pole for this was like so easy to find. I haven't been this lucky with center poles on stream ever, I think. Oh, my glove broke, I just noticed. It broke in 2 places? What was I doing? Okay, that's fine. I'll just switch it out later. Yeah. These 2 colors look so good together. I feel like they'd be very good for a sunflower project. I'm always seeing those like crocheted flower bouquets and they're so cute. I don't really know how to do flowers. It'd be a learning process for me. I wonder what other big milestone I should celebrate for. Maybe 200 followers? And what else? I feel like I had a lot of celebrations earlier this year because there was my birthday and we hit affiliate and it was my stream, my 1-year stream anniversary. But I didn't celebrate 100 followers. We did reach the 100 followers at the end of the 1-year stream anniversary. So I guess we could bundle those together. Maybe we can do some like holiday streams. What to do on the holidays though? What holidays are coming up? There's July 4th. Last year I did stream on the 4th, but this year I'm already gonna be out of the country by then, so I won't be able to stream. Is there anything in August? Labor Day? No. Would it be Memorial Day? I could probably stream that day. What else do we got? Maybe a Halloween stream? I'd say like, oh, we could do scary games all of October, but I kind of do that year round. It's, for most people it would be, whoa, scary games in October. But it's just our everyday at this point. Our usual. I don't know. Maybe I should do something for January 6th, National Bean Day. We can make bean recipes. May get like enfrijoladas and some red bean buns. And what else is a good bean dish? I can't think of anything. I could do that. There you go. We got our first row of yellow. Okay. I think this would be a good stopping point for our knitting portion of the stream. For those of you whose like first knitting stream of mine this is, at the end of my crafting stream, I try to challenge myself a little bit by reading a chapter of a book out loud. And right now we're reading Little Women. Let's see. I kind of forgot what chapter I was on. So I'm gonna look at an old stream of mine real quick. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But yeah, let's look at this real quick. Let's appreciate how far we've made it with this. We have our ribbing, our purple, our blue, our green, and we started on the yellow. I'm excited to see how it turns out. And I feel like, for the most part, like, the colors are very cohesive. Like, they go together very nicely. I have made a different rainbow cardigan before in the past. But for that one, I chose, like, pastel colors. And for this one, I wanted to go with slightly more vibrant colors. And I'm really happy with the colors I chose. Give me 1 second. my dad just got home, and I thought we were just gonna have a quick little conversation, and he was just like, "You should order some pizza." I was like, "Huh?" He was like, "Yeah, pizza would be nice right now." I was like, "Okay, like, where do you want it from?" So I guess I'm ordering some pizza right now. Ugh, using the wrong phone. Okay, let's switch the phones. But yeah, we're reading Little Women right now, and so far, it's been Christmas. The girls didn't really have a lot to work with. Their dad is currently in the war, fighting, and on Christmas they were all like, "Oh my God, I want this, I want that," and then they were like, "No, we shouldn't ask for much, you know. Let's just be happy with what we got." And the two eldest, um, Beth, no, Meg, and Joe, they were like, "Hey, we should get something for our mom." So they got Christmas gifts for their mom, and oh my God, my mom also messaged me. So they got presents for their mom, and they were very excited about like their whole dinner and stuff. But they had this like huge breakfast planned out, right? And they were talking about it, but then their mom gets home and they were like, "Hey girls, there's this family down the street who genuinely have nothing. So would you guys be okay with giving them your food?" And so that's what they did. They packed up all of their Christmas breakfast of that day, and they went over to the house, and it was a widow and her 4 children, if I remember correctly, and they gave them the food, and the kids were very, very, very appreciative, obviously. And the girls were like, "Okay, yeah, like, we liked the food, we would have liked it, but you know what, at the end of the day, like, we're happy that we did this, that we gave them that food." And the girls were just like, "Oh, whatever, it is what it is," right? But then they get home and they have another huge breakfast dinner. Or, no, they get a breakfast dinner later that day. And they're like, "What the heck? Like, we barely had enough money for like the original breakfast. Like, what's going on?" And turns out that their rich neighbor found out that what they had done, and he was just like, "Yo, let me give back." So he sends them over this like huge breakfast, and they're able to get that, and they were like, "Oh my God, that was so nice of him, we love him, great guy." So that happens. And then later that month, later next month, there's this like party, and the girls, it's only the two eldest, Meg and Joe, are going to the party, and Meg is a little bit more vain, so she's just like, "Oh my God, I wish I had a new dress, I wish I had new gloves, I want my hair to like look nice and this and that." And Joe's kind of like, "Ugh, I don't want to go to this party." But they end up going, right? And Meg wait Meg had to lend Joe one of her gloves because Joe had destroyed one of her gloves, so they only had Meg's good pair. So we're like, "We'll wear one good glove and one like burnt one," and they agreed to that. And while they're there, Meg is like telling Joe, she's just like, "Hey, don't embarrass me. For the love of all that is good and holy, don't embarrass me." And Meg's just like, "Yeah, yeah, whatever." But she does try. She does genuinely try her best not to embarrass Meg while she's there. And she's like off in a corner, just like vibing, people watching. And while they're there, she's just hiding behind some curtains. And this guy comes up to her, and she's just like, whomst are you? Like, why are you here? And he's like, oh, I don't want to be in the party with like everybody else. I just want to people watch. And she's like, well, I wish I was dancing, but my sister told me I shouldn't because my dress is a little dirty. And he's like, well, we can just dance behind here. So they like start chatting, talking about random stuff and dancing. And later in the night, Meg feels really sick. She twisted her ankle. And she's just like, oh my god, like, this is the end for me. This is it. I feel terrible, blah blah. We have to walk home now, and I barely can stand without like all of this hurting. And my dad just popped in without like even knocking. I was like, bro, wait. And he just came to tell me the same thing about ordering the pizza. And he was like, don't forget the wings. I was just like, I'm not forgetting the wings, man. Okay. The woes of not telling my parents that I stream. Did I place this twice? But yeah, they're trying to figure out how to get home because it's snowing. He really wants the pizza, man. He really does. I was like, I got it. I even, before he left, I was just like, wait, do you want to look at it? And he was like, no, you place it. He was like, just tell me when it's ready. I was like, oh, okay. We just finished our knitting portion of the stream, but I'll show you in a second what we were working on. Let me just, I mean, yeah, but I was also like, I guess I am usually the one placing the order for the like pizza, but I was just like, bro, I got it, don't worry about it. Oh, I have to add the card. Okay. Oh, I can't even show it to y'all. The camera's off. But yeah, we will be reading Little Women. So yeah, while they're at the party, Meg twists her ankle, can't really walk. They have to walk all the way home, and thankfully, Teddy, his name's Theodore. Is it Theodore? I don't wanna give y'all the wrong information. I wanna say it's Teddy. Lori, I messed up. I do need to hydrate. We will have another knitting stream coming up on next Saturday. I just need to place this pizza order before we can read the chapter. Only coming in to say hi since you're about to sleep, but wishing you a banger rest of your stream. Thank you, Ash. Oh wait, before you go, I write down the names of all of our chatters and make little origami stars at the beginning of my next stream. Would you like to go by Ash or your username or something else? My camera connect. Yeah. I think it's like a fun way of like thanking everybody that drops by. Ash is fine? Okay. Sounds good. Hope you have a great rest of your night. This is what. Ah! Why is it so zoomed out? Let's not show that. Here are my origami stars from last time, and here's what we were working on. Rainbow cardigan. We love knitting. I love knitting too. Hopefully we can talk about more about this next time. Okay, bye. Good night. So yeah, Lori is like, you guys can use my carriage because I'm a rich kid and I live close to you guys. And so he gives them a ride to get back to their place. And at first they're like, oh my god, we can't like let you give us a ride. But he's just like, literally don't worry about it, like I'm literally your neighbor. So they end up taking up his offer and he gives them a ride to their home. And the girls are like super excited about everything. They're like, they get home, they tell Beth and what's your name? And Amy. They tell Beth and Amy about how their night went, and they're just like, oh my god, it was great. Why does it look like that? Wait, what? My camera is looking a little funny right now. Why? Did I change something? I think I did. Oh, I was using the wrong one. That's why it was so zoomed out. Oh. Oh. There we go. Little Women. I love this book. Oh, it's giving me an error. I'll never be able to read the final chapter. It's not even the final chapter. We're like this much into the book. And then what else happens? Oh, the girls also have this like secret newspaper society that they created, right? And they'll like pretend to be these editors and writers for their own little newspaper, and they'll have their own little get together every month or so, right? And they're in the process of doing that when Lori kind of arrives. He was already in the room because Joe invited him, and the rest of the girls are like, oh my god, he's a boy, he can't be here. But Joe's like, wait, but he's really chill, so what if we let him anyways? And they're like, okay, fine, I guess. So they let him into their like little newspaper secret society, right? And he starts hanging out with them more, and I want to say that's kind of where we stopped last time. It's not letting me place the pizza order. Keep saying there's an error. Why are you doing this to me? Oh my god. Anyhow, that's what's going on in the book. I really do like the book. I feel like, obviously, it's outdated in some areas. There's some usages of some words that I don't fully agree with. Um, I will just say that. But I have been reading everything to maintain the original statements of the books. Yeah. And overall, I feel like it's a good story of like sisterhood and how life just changes over time. How like at one point in your life you're like thinking one way, but as time passes, your way of thinking changes and adapts, and people do go their different ways, and sometimes you're not going to be happy like every single day of your life, but at least you've made your own decisions. And yeah, overall, I really enjoy the story. It was like one of the first stories that genuinely made me cry when I was a child. Um, there's something that happens in the book. I don't want to spoil it. But I was genuinely so upset about it that I had to like take a break from reading the book to like take a breather and like calm down because I was so frustrated. Keeps deleting my order. Why? Maybe this website's just old. Maybe it doesn't like me. Maybe this is a sign that I shouldn't be ordering pizza. No, never mind. It was user error. I forgot to click add. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, typing this again. Y'all know how I'm sorry, I just thought about something else. But y'all know how the IDs have a little star. Your driver's license has a star on it. If you were like born in the US. For a while, I was just like, man, they messed up my ID because I have my license and it doesn't have the star, and I was like, that's weird. Whatever. But I was like, I have two different wallets. I have like my main wallet that's like pretty tiny, and I just throw it into my bag or like whatever bag I'm using for the day, and then I have a bigger wallet that I like keep in the same spot for the most part. I have like some checks in there if I ever need to write a check, and like pretty much all my credit cards, which I probably shouldn't, but that's what I do. And the other day, like, one of my friends saw it, and he was like, why do you have two? And I was showing him, I was like, well, I have two because this one has this one has that, blah, blah. And I was showing him my ID, and that was when I realized that I've been driving around with my state ID instead of my driver's license, and I am so thankful that I have not been stopped, because I would have showed them my ID and they would have been like, okay, cool, where's your license? And I would have been like, isn't that my license? And they would have been like, oh my god, you are so stupid, and they would have like put me in jail or something. Se puede. Oh my god, it finally went through. It like worked out because my dad was just like, is it ready? Can I go? And I was like, no, I'm having trouble, man. I'm struggling right now. No, I can't get the glove on. It's fine, this glove was broken anyways. How are you? Are you having a good day? Yeah? What have you been up to? Gotta get his pizza fix. He was working. He did just get home from work, so maybe that's why he's like pretty hungry right now. My dog is finally in my room. I tried convincing her so many times earlier to hang out with me, and she was like, no. But she's hanging out with me right now. I'm not even gonna try to turn on the dog cam because I don't think she likes it. Anyways. Let me... Okay. I think... Let me just look through this because I want to say... I don't think I've read this. Have I? I'm gonna see if any of this sounds familiar. It has been like half a year since I've watched this. Okay, since I've read this. Chapter 6. Being neighborly. What in the world are you going to do, Joe? Asked Meg one snowy afternoon as her sister came clumping through the hall in rubber boots, old sack, and hood, with a broom in one hand and a shovel in the other. Going out for exercise? Answered Joe, with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. I think 2 long walks this morning would have been enough. It's cold and dull out, and I'd advise you stay warm and dry by the fire as I do, said Meg with a shiver. Never take advice. Can't keep still all day, and not being a pussycat, I don't like to doze off by the fire. I like adventures, and I'm going to find more. Meg went back to toast her feet and read Ivanhoe, and Joe began to dig paths with a great energy. The snow was light, and with her broom she soon swept a path all round the garden for Beth to walk in when the sun came out, and the invalid dolls needed air. Now the gardens separated the Marches' house from Mr. Lawrence. Both stood in a suburb of the city, which was still country-like, with groves and lawns, and large gardens and quiet streets. A low hedge parted the two estates. One side had an old brown house, looking rather bare and shabby, robbed of the vines that in summer covered its walls and the flowers which then surrounded it. On the other side was a stately stone mansion, plainly betokening every sort of comfort and luxury, from the big coach house and well-kept grounds to the conservatory, and the glimpses of lovely things one caught between the rich curtains. Yet it seemed a lonely, lifeless sort of house, for no children frolicked on the lawn, no motherly face ever smiled at the windows, and few people went in and out except the old gentleman and his grandson. To Joe's lively fancy, this house seemed a kind of enchanted palace, full of splendors and delights which no one enjoyed. She had long waited to behold these hidden glories and to know the Lawrence boy, who looked as if he would like to be known, if he only knew how to begin. Since the party, she had been more eager than ever, and had planned many ways of making friends with him, but he had not been lately seen, and Joe began to think he had gone away. She had one day spied a brown face at an upper window, looking wistfully down into their garden, where Beth and Amy were snowballing one another. Yeah. That boy's suffering for society and fun, she said to herself. His grandpa does not know what's good for him, and keeps him shut up all alone. He needs a lot of jolly boys to play with, or somebody young and lively. I have a great mind to go over and tell the old gentleman so. The idea amused Joe, who liked to do daring things, and was always scandalizing Joe by her queer performances. The plan of going over was not forgotten, and when the snowy afternoon came, Joe resolved to try to do what could be done. She saw Mr. Lawrence drive off, and then sallied out to dig her way down to the hedge, where she paused and took a survey. All quiet, curtains down at the lower windows, servants out of sight, nothing human visible but a curly black head leaning on a thin hand at the upper window. There he is, thought Joe. Poor boy, all alone and sick this dismal day. It's a shame. I'll toss up a snowball and make him look out, and then say a kind word to him. Up went a handful of soft snow, and the head turned at once, showing a face which lost its listless look in a minute, as the big eyes brightened, and the mouth began to smile. Joe nodded and laughed, and flourished her broom as she called out, "How do you do? Are you sick?" Laurie opened the window, and croaked out as hoarsely as a raven. Better, thank you. I've had a horrid cold, and been shut up all week. I'm sorry. What do you amuse yourself with? Nothing. It's as dull as tombs up here. Don't you read? Not much. They won't let me. Can't somebody read to you? Grandpa does, sometimes, but my books don't interest him, and I hate to ask Brooke all the time. Have someone come and see you, then. There isn't anyone I'd like to see. Boys make such a row, and my head is weak. Isn't there some nice girl who'd read and amuse you? Girls are quiet and like to play nurse. Don't know any. You know me, began Joe, then laughed and stopped. So I do. Will you come, please? Cried Laurie. I'm not quiet and nice, but I'll come, if Mother will let me. I'll go ask her. Shut that window like a good boy and wait till I come. With that, Joe shouldered her broom and marched into the house, wondering what they would all say to her. Laurie was in a flutter of excitement at the idea of having company, and flew about to get ready, for, as Mrs. March said, he was a little gentleman, and did honor to the coming guest by brushing his his curly pate? Does that mean eyes? Also, this QR code is for an artist. I forgot I have it. Putting on a fresh collar and tidying up the room, which, in spite of half a dozen servants, was anything but neat. Presently there came a loud ring, and then a decided voice, asking for Mr. Laurie, and a surprised-looking servant came running up to announce a young lady. I'm gonna take a little water break real quick. All right, show her up. It's Miss Joe, said Laurie, going to the door of his little parlor to meet Joe, who appeared looking rosy and kind, and quite her ease, with a covered dish in one hand and Beth's 3 kittens in the other. She took Beth's kittens! Aw! Here I am, bag and baggage, she said briskly. Mother sent her love, and was glad I could do something for you. Meg wanted me to bring some of her blanc menage, and she said it's very nice. And Beth thought her cats would be comforting. I knew you'd shout at them, but I couldn't refuse. She was so anxious to do something. It so happened that Beth's funny loan was just the thing, for, in laughing over the kits, Laurie forgot his bashfulness and grew sociable at once. That looks too pretty to eat, he said, smiling with pleasure as Joe uncovered the dish and showed the blanche-mange? I can't say that. Surrounded by a garland of green leaves and the scarlet flowers of Amy's pet geranium. It isn't anything, only they all felt kindly and wanted to show it. Tell the girl to put it away for your tea. It's so simple you can eat it, and being soft, it will slip down without hurting your sore throat. What a cozy room this is. It might be, if it was kept nice, but the maids are lazy, and I don't know how to make them mind. It worries me, though. I'll be right up in 2 minutes, for it only needs to have the hearth brushed, so, and the things stood straight on the mantelpiece, so, and the books put here, and the bottles there, and your sofa turned to the light, and the pillows plumped up a bit. Now then, you're fixed. And so he was, for as she laughed and talked, Joe had whisked things into place and given quite a different air to the room. Laurie watched her in respectful silence, and when she beckoned him to his sofa, he sat down with a sigh of satisfaction, saying gratefully, "How kind you are. Yes, that's what it wanted. Now please take the big chair and let me do something to amuse my company." "No. I came to amuse you. Shall I read aloud?" And Joe looked affectionately toward some inviting books nearby. "Thank you. I've read all those, and if you don't mind, I'd rather talk," answered Laurie. "Not a bit. I'll talk all day if you only set me going. Beth says I never know when to stop." "Is Beth the rosy one, who stays at home a good deal and sometimes goes out with a little basket?" asked Laurie with interest. "Yes, that's Beth. She's my girl, and a regular good one she is, too." "I love Beth. I love her so much." "The pretty one is Meg, and the curly-haired one is Amy, I believe." "How did you find that out?" Laurie colored up, but answered frankly, "Why, you see, I often hear you calling to one another, and when I'm up alone here, I can't help looking over at your house. You always seem to be having such a good times. I beg your pardon for being so rude, but sometimes you forget to put down the curtains at the window where the flowers are, and when the lamps are lighted, and it's like looking at a picture to see the fire, and you all round the table with your mother. Her face is right opposite, and it looks so sweet behind the flowers. I can't help watching it. I haven't got any mother, you know." And Laurie poked the fire to hide a little twitching of the lips that he could not control. The solitary, hungry look in his eyes went straight to Joe's warm heart. She had been so simply taught that there was no nonsense in her head, and at 15 she was as innocent and frank as any child. Laurie was sick and lonely, and feeling how rich she was in home love and happiness, she gladly tried to share it with him. Her brown face was very friendly, and her sharp voice unusually gentle as she said, "We'll never draw that curtain any more, and I give you leave to look as much as you like. I just wish, though, instead of peeping, you'd come over and see us. Mother is so splendid. She'd do you heaps of good, and Beth would sing to you if I begged her to, and Amy would dance, and Meg and I would make you laugh over our funny stage properties, and we'd have jolly times. Wouldn't your grandpa let you?" "I think he would, if your mother asked him. He's very kind, though he don't look it, and he lets me do what I like, pretty much. Only he's afraid I might be a bother to strangers," began Laurie, brightening more and more. "We're not strangers. We're neighbors, and you needn't think you'd be a bother. We want to know you, and I've been trying to do this ever so long. We haven't been here a great while, you know, but we've got acquainted with all our neighbors but you. You see, Grandpa lives among his books, and doesn't mind much what happens outside. Mr. Brooke, my tutor, doesn't stay here, you know, and I've no one to go around with me, so I just stop at home and get on as I can." "That's bad. You ought to make a dive and go visiting everywhere you are asked. Then you'll have lots of friends and pleasant places to go to. Never mind being bashful, it won't last long if you keep going." Laurie turned red again, but wasn't offended at being accused of bashfulness, for there was so much goodwill in Jo, it was impossible to not take her blunt speeches as kindly as they were met. I remember as a kid, I felt like I related to Jo and Beth a lot, like the most out of the sisters. Do you like your school? Asked the boy, changing the subject after a little pause, during which he stared at the fire, and Jo looked about her, well pleased. Don't go to school. I'm a businessman. Girl, I go to wait on my aunt, and a dear cross old soul she is, too, answered Jo. Laurie opened his mouth to ask another question, but remembering just in time that it wasn't manners to make too many inquiries into people's affairs, he shut it again and looked uncomfortable. Jo liked his good breeding, and didn't mind having a laugh at Aunt March, so she gave him a lively description of the fidgety old lady, her fat poodle, and the parrot that talked Spanish, and the library where she revelled. Laurie enjoyed that immensely, and when she told about the prim old gentleman who came once to woo Aunt March, and in the middle of a fine speech, how Pole had tweaked his wig off, to his great dismay, the boy lay back and laughed till tears ran down his cheeks, and a maid popped her head in to see what was the matter. Oh, that does me lots of good. Tell on, please, he said, taking his face out of the sofa cushion, red and shining with merriment. Much elated with her success, Jo did tell on, all about their plays and plans, their hopes and fears for father, and the most interesting events of the little world in which the sisters lived. They got to talking about books, and to Jo's delight, she found that Laurie loved them as well as she did, and had read even more than herself. If you like them so much, come down and see ours. Grandpa's out, so you needn't be afraid, said Laurie, getting up. I'm not afraid of anything, returned Jo, with a toss of the head. I don't believe you are, exclaimed the boy, looking at her with much admiration, though he privately thought she would have good reason to be a trifle afraid of the old gentleman if she had met him in some of his moods. The atmosphere of the whole house began being summer-like. Laurie led the way from room to room, letting Jo stop to examine whatever struck her fancy, and so at last they came to the library, where she clapped her hands and pranced as she always did when especially delighted. It was lined with books, and there were pictures and statues and dancing and distracting little cabinets full of coins and curiosities, and sleepy hollow chairs and queer tables and bronzes, and best of all, a great open fireplace with quaint tiles all around it. What richness, sighed Jo, sinking into the depths of the velvet chair and gazing about her with an air of intense satisfaction. Theodore Lawrence, you ought to be the happiest boy in the world, she added impressively. A fellow can't live on books, said Laurie, shaking his head as he perched on the table opposite. Before he began to say more, a bell rung, and Jo flew up, exclaiming with alarm, Marry me, it's your grandpa. Well, what if it is? You're not afraid of anything, you know, returned the boy, looking wicked. I think I'm a little bit afraid of him, and I don't know why I should be. Marmee said I might come, and I don't think you're any worse for it, said Jo, composing herself, though she kept her eyes on the door. I'm a great deal better for it, and ever much so obliged. I'm only afraid you are very tired of talking to me. It was so pleasant. I can't bear to stop, said Laurie gratefully. The doctor to see you, sir, and the maid beckoned as she spoke. Would you mind if I left you for a minute? I suppose I must see him, said Laurie. Don't mind me. I'm as happy as a cricket here, answered Jo. Laurie went away, and his guest amused herself in her own way. She was standing before a fine portrait of the old gentleman when the door opened again, and without turning she said decidedly, I'm sure now that I shouldn't be afraid of him, for he's got kind eyes, though his mouth is grim, and he looks as if he has a tremendous will of his own. He isn't as handsome as my grandfather, but I like him. Thank you, ma'am, said a gruff voice behind her, and there, to her great dismay, stood Mr. Lawrence. Is the grandpa? Poor Jo blushed till she couldn't blush any redder, and her heart began to beat uncomfortably fast as she thought of what she said. For a minute a wild desire to run away possessed her, and that was so cowardly, and the girls would laugh at her, so she resolved to stay, and get out of the scrape if she could. A second look showed her that the living eyes under the bushy gray eyebrows were kinder ever than the painted ones, and that there was a sly twinkle in them, which lessened her fear a good deal. The gruff voice was gruffer than ever, as the old gentleman said abruptly, after a dreadful pause, So you're not afraid of me, hey? Not much, sir. And you don't think of me as handsome as your grandfather? Not quite, sir. And I've got a tremendous will, have I? I only said I thought so. But you like me, in spite of it? Yes, I do, sir. The answer pleased the old gentleman. He gave a short laugh, shook hands with her, and putting his fingers under her chin, turned up her face, examined it gravely, and let it go, saying with a nod, You've got your grandfather's spirit, if you haven't his face. He was a fine man, my dear. But what is better, he was a brave and honest one, and I was proud to be his friend. Thank you, sir. And Jo was quite comfortable after that, for it suited her exactly. What have you been doing to this boy of mine, hey? Was the next question sharply put. Only trying to be neighborly, sir, and Jo told how her visit came about. You think he needs cheering up a bit, do you? Yes, sir. He seems a little lonely, and young folks would do him good, perhaps. We're only girls, but we would be glad to help if we could, for we don't forget that splendid Christmas present you sent us, said Jo eagerly. That was the boy's affair. How is the poor woman? Doing nicely, sir. And off went Jo, talking very fast, as she told all about the Hummels, in whom her mother had interested richer friends than they were. Just like her father's way of doing good. I shall come and see your mother some fine day. Tell her so. That's the tea-bell. We have it early on the boy's account. Come down and go on being neighborly. If you'd like to have me, sir. Shouldn't ask you if I didn't, said Mr. Lawrence offered her his arm with old-fashioned courtesy. What would Meg say to this, thought Jo, as she was marched away with her eyes danced with fun, as she imagined herself telling the story at home. Hey, what the dickens has come to the fellow? What? That's what it says. Hey, why what the dickens has come to the fellow? Said the old gentleman, as Laurie came running downstairs and brought up with a start of surprise at the astonishing sight of Jo arm in arm with his redoubtable grandfather. I didn't know you'd come, sir, he said, as Jo gave him a triumphant little glance. That's evident by the way you racket down the stairs. Come to your tea, sir, and behave like a gentleman. And having pulled the boy's hair by the way of a caress, Mr. Lawrence walked on, while Laurie went through a series of comic evolutions behind their back, which nearly produced an explosion of laughter from Jo. The old gentleman did not say much as he drank his 4 cups of tea, but he watched the young people, who soon chatted away like old friends, and the change in his grandson did not escape him. There was color, light, and life in the boy's face now, vivacity in his manner, and genuine merriment in his laugh. She's right. The lad is lonely. I'll see what these little girls can do for him, thought Mr. Lawrence as he looked and listened. He liked Jo, for her odd, blunt ways suited him, and she seemed to understand the boy almost as well as if she had been one herself. If the Lawrences had been what Jo called prim and poky, she would not have got on at all, for such people always made her shy and awkward. But finding them free and easy, she was so herself, and made a good impression. When they rose, she proposed to go, but Laurie said he had something more to show her, and took her away to the conservatory, which had been lighted for her benefit. It seemed quite fairy-like to Jo, as she went up and down the walks, enjoying the blooming walls on either side, the soft light, the damp, sweet air, and the wonderful vines and trees that hung above her. While her new friend cut the finest flowers so his hands were full, he tied them up, saying, with a happy look Jo liked to see, Please give these to your mother, and tell her that I like the medicine she sent me very much. They found Mr. Lawrence standing before the fire in the great drawing-room, and Jo's attention was entirely absorbed by a grand piano which stood open. Do you play? She asked, turning to Laurie with a respectful expression. Sometimes, he answered modestly. Please do now. I want to hear it, so I can tell Beth. Won't you first? Don't know how, too stupid to learn, but I love music dearly. So Laurie played, and Jo listened, with her nose luxuriously buried in the heliotrope and tea roses. Her respect and regard for the Lawrence boy increased very much, for he played remarkably well, and did not put on any airs. She wished Beth could hear him, but she did not say so, only praised him till he was quite abashed, and his grandfather came to the rescue. That will do, young lady. Too many sugar plums are not good for him. His music isn't bad, but I hope he will do as well in more important things. Going. Well, I'm much obliged to you, and I hope you'll come again. My respects to your mother. Good night, Dr. Joe. He shook hands kindly, but looked as if something did not please him. When they got into the hall, Joe asked Laurie if she had said anything amiss. He shook his head. No, it was me. You don't like to hear me play. Why not? I'll tell you someday. John is going home with you, as I can't. No need of that. I am a young lady, and it's only a step. Take care of yourself, won't you? Yes, but will you come again, I hope? But you will come again, I hope. If you promise to come and see me after you are well. I will. Good night, Laurie. Good night, Joe. Good night. When all the afternoon's adventures had been told, the family felt inclined to go visiting in a body, for each found something very attractive in the big house on the other side of the hedge. Mrs. March wanted to talk of her father with the old man, who had not forgotten him. Meg longed to walk in the conservatory. Beth sighed for the grand piano, and Amy was eager to see the fine pictures and statues. Mother, why didn't Mr. Lawrence like to have Laurie play? Asked Joe, who was in an inquiring disposition. I'm not sure, but I think it's because his son, Laurie's father, married an Italian lady, a musician, which displeased the old man, who was very proud. The lady was good and lovely and accomplished, but he did not like her, and never saw his son after he married. They both died when Laurie was a little child, and then his grandfather took him home. I fancy the boy, who was born in Italy, is not very strong, and the old man is afraid of losing him, which makes him so careful. Laurie comes naturally by his love of music, for he's like his mother, and I dare say his grandfather fears that he may want to be a musician. At any rate, his skill reminds him of the woman he did not like, and so he glowered, as Joe said. Dear me, how romantic! Exclaimed Meg. How silly, said Joe. Let him be a musician if he wants to, and not plague his life out, sending him to college where he hates to go. That's why he has such handsome black eyes, and pretty manners, I suppose. Italians are always nice, said Meg, who was a little sentimental. What do you know about his eyes and his manners? You never spoke to him hardly, cried Joe, who was not sentimental. I saw him at the party, and what you tell shows that he knows how to behave. That was a nice little speech about the medicine Mother sent him. He meant the blancmange, I suppose. How stupid you are, child. He meant you, of course. Did he? And Joe opened her eyes as if it had never occurred to her before. I never saw such a girl. You don't know a compliment when you get it, said Joe, with the air of a young lady who knew all about the matter. I think they are great nonsense, and I thank you not to be silly and spoil my fun. Laurie's a nice boy, and I like him, and I won't have any sentimental stuff about compliments and such rubbish. We'll all be good to him, because he hasn't got any mother, and he may come over and see us, mayn't he, Marmee? Yes, Joe. Your little friend is very welcome, and I hope Meg can remember that children should be children as long as they can. I don't call myself a child, and I'm not in my teens yet, observed Amy. What do you say, Beth? I was thinking about our Pilgrim's Progress, answered Beth, who had not heard a word. How we got out of the slough and through the wicket gate by resolving to be good, and up the steep hill by trying, and that maybe the house over there, full of splendid things, is going to be our palace beautiful. We've got to get by the lions first, said Joe, as if she rather liked the prospect. And that was chapter 5 of Little Women. That's a good stopping point for today. Thank you guys for dropping by. I will be taking about an hour break-ish, maybe, before we start the Resident Evil stream. But I do want to read out. Let's keep the cozy vibes going for those of you that just came by for that. Let's see who all is streaming. Let's read Tylus. But thank you guys for joining again. Okay, well, I was wrong, and we will read out to a scary game. You like that? I'm kidding. I do want to raid Tylus though. I've been watching his streams a lot recently, and I feel like the vibes are pretty similar. So we'll raid him. Thank you guys for dropping by. I will be streaming again later, but I'm gonna eat my pizza that I took forever to order beforehand, and I'll catch you guys later. I hope you guys have a great rest of your morning, evening, afternoon, or night. Remember to drink some water, take your meds if you have any. Wear your seatbelts, wear your sunscreen, but most importantly, be safe. I will catch you guys next time. Oh wait, and for the raid message, this one is for our followers. And if any of y'all are subbed, this is the subbed one. Okay, goodbye y'all. I'll catch y'all later.